Okay. Then I would ask David, once you got that going, to unshare the agenda and let's go through a quick introduction. And I'll call on folks. Gosh, we have a lot of people here who are not on the committee, and it's going to be hard for me to sort through who is and who isn't. So let's see. What's a good way to do this? Just a second.
So we should only be seeing people that are video participants now. And what we're doing is when new non-panel members come into the meeting is turning off of their video, so that the only people that should be on the screen are panelists.
Oh, that's super helpful, David. Thank you. All
We're
right.
missing somebody, I think.
Allison.
Oh, okay.
Allison's camera's off.
Allison Brooks. Yeah, but she's got a photo up there. Okay. Well, then let's start with Allison because she's up in the upper left of my screen. And I'll just call on you and run through everybody on the screen. Just a very quick introduction, please. Allison.
So I'm Dr. Allison Brooks. I'm your State Historic Preservation Officer. And Mary Grace, my bandwidth is low out here in the outback of the outbacks. So I'm probably going to turn off my video and just keep my picture up if that's okay.
That's fine with me if everybody else is okay with that too. Okay. Angela, please.
Oh, good morning. I'm Angela Neller. I'm the curator at the Wanapum Heritage Center.
Thank you. John Ball.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Ball. I'm the retired director of the Yakima Valley Museum, but I'm still their research historian. And I've been on this panel since 2002. I think Allison and I are probably the old guard.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for doing it every year. It's work, huh? Tracy Rebstock.
Hi, I'm Tracy Rebstock. I work for the Office of the Secretary of State at the Washington State Archives.
Awesome. Freya Liggett.
Morning, I'm Freya Liggett. I'm the Curator of History at the Northwest Museum of Arts and Culture in Spokane.
Sadie Thayer.
Good morning. I'm Sadie Thayer, Director of the Kittitas County Historical Museum in Ellensburg and President of the Washington Museum Association.
Janet Smoke.
Good morning. I am the director of the Squamish Tribal Museum and Cultural Center in Squamish, Washington.
Thank you. Jennifer Meisner.
Good morning, all. I'm Jennifer Meisner, and I'm King County's Historic Preservation Officer. And I think this is my 4th time participating on this advisory committee, and it's definitely a labor of love.
Reuben McKnight.
Hi, everyone. I'm Reuben McKnight. I'm the City of Tacoma Historic Preservation Officer, and I think maybe this might be my 3rd time. I'm not quite sure.
Great. Okay, I'm also seeing Cassandra, but I can't see a full name. Is Cassandra a reviewer, David? No. And Leslie Druffel, also not a reviewer. Is that correct? Did I miss any reviewers? Right. Okay. And I'm Mary Grace Gaddu, and I am currently the Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Olympia. I also have served on a number of Heritage Capital Grant Review rounds. I think this may be my 5th, but I'm not sure, maybe my 4th. And it's always amazing, an amazing experience. So, all right, thank you. I think we're ready for an overview from David.
Oh, unmute. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen again. So we're gonna go through the projects on this, but a little bit of summary data to begin with. The project or the program, the first biennium that grants were actually awarded was the 97 to 99, and since then the program has awarded over 83 million to 341 different grant projects. The average grant amount is right around $250,000, and we'll find that that's actually the case this biennium as well. So for this biennium, we're just over the limit of $10 million with 40 applications. I think that is the highest number of applications we have had. And again, we're right in there at the average of right around $250,000. This slide here shows the geographic distribution of the applications for this biennium. It's fairly similar to that of past, with a cluster around Puget Sound and a lot of more rural projects as well. We were working on putting together some more detailed statistics and just didn't get it done and get it ready to go in time. We will post that onto the program website in the next 90 days or so. I want to make sure that I have time to verify some of the older information that has been manually gathered. This was the first time that we've used the online application system. Most of the feedback we've gotten has been really good. There are definitely some areas that we need to improve that, but we did it in 2 stages this time. First was the threshold review, which is just the basics. Is it a nonprofit, or is it the right kind of agency or organization? Is it more than 10,000 and less than $1 million? Those kind of things, just basic eligibility. And then we were able to help some of the organizations get the documentation in that they needed before the final submittal of phase 2. So we ended up with 40 applications overall, and we will go through them in the order that they were received. And the first one, if we're ready to get started on them, Mary Grace, is, you're muted.
Yeah, I guess before we jump in, I would pause and ask, are there any questions about the information David's just shared, or any questions about how we plan to step through this process today from our panelists? Okay, then let's launch. Go ahead, David, thank you.
Okay. First one's the City of Vancouver, located in Vancouver. The amount requested is $140,000. Initial score was 93. And important information that we've added this time around is that they're currently under a contract. It's from the last cycle, it's 2106. And this proposed project is to re-roof the U.S. Grant House on Officers Row in Vancouver at the Historic District.
Okay, I invite comments.
Do you want to switch back to the group?
Sure.
Okay.
Anybody have a comment on the Vancouver project?
No, this is Allison. They usually do really good work. I think this rated really high for me. And of course, for me, from historic preservation, roofing is really critical to maintaining historic property, both roofing and foundations.
Is there any significance to the fact that they still have a contract underway?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Okay. No, they won't be able to start this project until they finish the last one. But other than that, no.
Are they on schedule to finish the previous one?
Almost nobody is because of COVID.
So does that threaten other projects? I mean, does that threaten future funding? If we were to allocate this funding to them and they didn't finish, will there be some provision for overlap?
It stays there. It stays and waits for them. Not indefinitely, but we can ask for the reappropriation. It may not get reappropriated, but that's the way that it goes.
And that's pretty far down the line.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
My only comment on this was the same as Allison's, which is that they have a pretty strong record of doing things, and they're kind of proactive in this case. You know, this is something that needs to be done down the road, and they're moving ahead, and it's kind of part of an overall plan, which I like. They're kind of methodical about we do this and then we do that and then we do the next thing. And I think that's a, kind of a positive thing that they're moving toward, overall a good result. So.
Okay.
And this is Jennifer. I'll just note that I probably would have scored them a little higher after I saw that they do have a strategic plan in place. I didn't see those planning documents initially. I saw a landscape plan. I still didn't see a historic structures report, but like John and Allison said, I know that they're very proactive about the buildings in the reserve, and they take very good care of them. So I definitely support this.
You have an opportunity to to alter your score now if you wish to.
Okay,
Excuse me.
let me take a look at what I had and what I would do. Just a second.
Did they address anywhere just any details about the 2007 roofing project for this property? It looks like that actually failed, and that was why this was being done now.
I don't know.
I just wondered if that, I don't know, what contractor did they use? Was there any, are they involved in any sort of, follow up with them on that?
Good question. I don't know.
So Mary Grace, or David, I'd like to bump them up, my score up to a 92. Is this the right way to do that?
Yeah, well, in which category, I guess?
Okay, so I need to go through, okay. I don't want to hold up the meeting doing this, so let me just, when there's the appropriate time, I can do that.
Okay.
Should Jennifer email you, David?
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I don't want to
that?
necessarily do that on every one of them because I'll inevitably miss several.
That's true. Okay. Should we, in responding to Freya's concern, there is that question, would you support funding and under what terms and conditions? Should we put a condition on here that there be some response to Freya's question?
So this is Allison. I don't think
no?
so. I think they
No?
need to do the re-roofing. I'm comfortable with them as an organization. I agree with John. COVID is, setting everybody back, but roofing is a critical activity to save historic properties.
Okay. That's a 2007, not 2017, right, Freya? Yeah, just to clarify. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Agreed.
that is a short roof life cycle, but.
Yeah. So what went wrong, and, are they going to use a different kind of roofing, or, what went wrong there? Why did that roof only last 13 years? But let's move on to the next one. You're muted, David.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yakima Valley Trolleys in Yakima, the request is $150,000 and is to fully restore the historic Brill streetcar. And there's a picture there. I think it might be instructive to mention where each of these falls as far as the ranking, probably.
Yeah, the current ranking.
The current ranking, exactly, yeah. So I didn't think about that, putting that on the slide, but Vancouver, and it was going to be hard to keep updated. So City of Vancouver was at number 9, the last one we talked about. And then the Yakima Valley Trolleys, this current one is ranked at number 35.
So this is Allison. Here's my question on this one. It looked like they were going to send their trolley to the Northwest Railway Museum, and the museum has also applied for a grant from Capital Heritage. And I got nervous about, will the Northwest Railway Museum be able to handle 2 capital grants? How much is actually, from this project, how much is going to the museum as a subcontract? So that put some question marks for me.
Mhm.
I think if the Northwest Railway Museum hadn't applied for their own grant, I would have been a little more comfortable. It seems like does that make sense? It seems like there's two of them.
Well, the Northwest Railway grant is for like the Roundhouse, right? Which
Oh,
is
I
very
agree. It's for something
different.
totally different, but
Yeah.
you're asking a small museum to do two projects within a biennium. And my question is, do they have the capacity?
Yeah. My understanding from this was that they were going to, that basically the entire grant is ultimately going to end up at the Northwest Railway Museum, because it's a, you know, a restoration project of a rail car or a streetcar. And I don't know that, you know, I suppose there would be some cost to get it over there. But otherwise, my question was more about what happens with it afterwards. Is it, once it's restored, is there going to be a use for it? How's it going to work? And you know, what's the plan to keep it operating or exhibit it even? You know, I know a little bit about, you know, this organization, but I've never really been involved with it at all. It's just, I know about as much as anybody else in the public does. So I read it just with the idea of, you know, where's the, you know, the funds coming from, because I don't think they have all the money yet to match it. And then how's it going to be used and into the long term. So that was the weaknesses part, I think.
I thought one of the strengths of this project actually was that we might continue to see more collaborative efforts like this as just a general outgrowth of Heritage Capital. So I liked it from that perspective.
And I'm,
well, sorry.
yeah, thank you. Who was that? I missed it.
That was me,
Freya.
Tracy.
Thanks,
I'm Freya.
Tracy.
I was
Did I
backing
cut
up
you
Freya.
off?
Just briefly, but that's okay. Yeah, I was just saying I agreed with Freya. I like the idea of the collaboration between groups and the potential between that, especially given the project. And it did seem like, yes, they're both applying for grants, but they're slightly different. And it did seem like it's important preservation for especially the Yakima area. So.
I think one of the weaknesses that I found, you know, just echoing John's comment, is that they made a really good case for the importance of this particular trolley restoration, but they really are not in the application process incorporating a community voice or really a planning concept. So there's no evidence of the broad base of support, other than that the city of Yakima supports them. And at the end of the process, there's really no discussion about what's next. Is the trolley going to be used as a stationary? Is it going to be put back on the rails? There's no education really discussion. So I had ranked it fairly low only because it was missing components to the application. Not to say that they don't have those plans. It's just that within the application, they're really not incorporating that depth of information that they need to.
Well, I'm looking at their operations and maintenance. You know, what's your plan for ongoing history interpretation? And they say that they are continuously maintaining and operating the YVT Railroad, Yakima Valley Trolley Railroad. And as I understood it, they're going to continue to run trolleys on their rails. And to me, the best interpretation is direct experience, and that's what they're offering. They also have what they're calling a living museum of early American electric railroading. And what was the other thing here? The historic trolley cars are operated on the railroad, and they have a car barn. That's part of the Powerhouse and Living Museum. So to me, there was a pretty strong sort of multifaceted interpretive effort going on that I found really worthy.
So this is Allison. I could see funding them, but I would say, again, based on the Northwest Railway Museum doing the work, I'm not sure you're going to get it done in a biennium. That's all.
I have a question too. And David, you may know the answer to this. Under their funding on the match, they indicate a big chunk of that money is going to come from grants that they're applying for, which have they been received, or do you know anything about that? Because 130,000 of it is to come from Northwest Trustee and Management Services or Columbia Bank. And it says grants being applied for. Do you know if they've received them or not?
They have not. Any of them that were applied for when they submitted and that have been awarded or have been updated in the system. And there was only a couple of those. So no, they have not. That would be a contracting question. If they get ranked and funded, they would of course have to have the match in hand at the time of contracting.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone want to alter their scores? Okay, let's move to the next one. David, where does Lakewood fall in the ranking? You're muted, by the way. It's okay.
Lakewood is number 11.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay. Not yet. Can you go back one, please?
Oh, back.
One slide. I think you,
Oh.
there we are.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes,
thank you.
they had.
Okay. Lakewold is proposing to convert their carriage house into basically a gift shop and visitor welcoming point. Is that correct? Sort of a visitor reception point.
Yep.
Initial score 92.5. Any commentary on this application?
I thought that it was a good project for the fact that it is an original building, and it's been kind of just a storage shed, so to speak, largely up to this point. And they're actually repurposing it in a way that, while it's not going to be a carriage house, so to speak, but it's going to be used for the public and for public programs and public access, where before it hasn't been, and it does support the overall mission of the operation. So this was a fairly positive one as far as I was concerned.
I agree.
I'll jump in and say that I thought it was a very complete application. I ranked it quite high. I appreciate that their planning documents were in place. They had a historic structures report. I just think they completed the application and again, good documentation and a good solid project.
Does anyone want to change their scores on this application? David, can we have the next one, please?
Yep. Next is Olympia Tumwater in Tumwater. They've requested 120,963, and it's to do a number of things on the building: ADA lift and bathrooms, replace and upgrade the archives that will be accessible to the public for research, lighting, and restoring some period lighting, and then also a fire suppression system and a backup generator.
Great, thank you. I want to clarify that I did not recuse myself from this project, even though it has the name Olympia on it. The location of the project and the project proponents are in the city of Tumwater. Does anybody have comments on this one? What was the ranking? I'm sorry.
Oh, 34. Nothing else?
I thought that they had a good master plan for their operation. That was, I thought, a positive, and I thought they had a lot of partners that will, make this property used fairly well. So, and it is important to the area. I didn't think the upgrades, I thought the upgrades were fairly modest for what, for what the property is and whatnot, and seem to improve the accessibility and the appearance. So,
With apologies, David, this is another one. I'm going to send updated scores to you. I just didn't have a chance. Well, I had already submitted my scores when the new documentation came out, and I would like to score this one significantly higher than I initially did because there was so much documentation that I hadn't seen. So I'm going to go ahead and just email you separately. Thank you.
Okay.
Jennifer, did that documentation include? I didn't get to all through all of the additional documentation, and this is one of those that I didn't look at a second time, and I wanted to.
Yeah, they provided, well, there were proof of site control. They had a project outline from the architects. Yeah, the budget, there was just a lot more that we hadn't seen initially and I just had marked them quite low because I hadn't seen any of this documentation.
So I ended up marking them down in a couple of areas, reluctantly, frankly. One is that I didn't see evidence of broad community support. I saw funding from one very strong source, but very little broad community, evidence of broad community support. It's not a very sexy project, so maybe that's why, but, and then I didn't see visitorship numbers, or although they talk about history programming, they don't say how often that is, or how well it's attended, or how frequent it is. And there wasn't an interpretive plan. So those things concern me a little bit. The level of public access to the building is sort of an unknown. And they have a very, very strong charitable trust. And I wonder why that's not being tapped for building maintenance and improvements. And it made me wonder if the match is really needed, if it comes down to sort of, if we look at need-based questions in our evaluation later, that raises questions for me on this.
Unmute. This is Allison. So I think they actually have a good track record. I like the fact they had the architects already on board.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good project for the funding. And as for maintenance, Mary Grace, I sent out that email saying, I thought everybody did a terrible maintenance plan. I mean, I couldn't find a solid maintenance plan in almost any of the grants at all, except for the municipal grants, which said, well, we do have maintenance staff. But other than that, I can't fault any organization because it was pretty much across the board how poor maintenance was. Interpretation strong, maintenance was just terrible. Something to consider for future applications.
Yeah.
I thought that they had I guess what I liked more than anything was that it seems like this was a step into to the next step, because they talk about what future improvements will be. They're trying to make these archives more accessible. I know they have some funding, but you know, I think it's, as I always say, when you see that, it's always, there's just different levels of poverty in all these organizations. You know, it's not that some have more than others, but it's just that there always are needs. And I would like to see them, you know, get this done and then move to the next step on this.
I'd second John's thoughts on that. I don't think penalizing them for having, you know, access to additional resources is really necessary.
Okay. Then let's move to the next one. Thank you.
Next is what? Oh, Ferry County.
Berry County Historical Society and Republic, asking for $13,550 to rehabilitate the LH Mason building for their historical society. The initial score was 87.44 and they ranked number 26.
Okay, any comments?
It's, I thought it was unfortunate that this, maybe it's too bad that they actually sent the picture of what it looked like originally and then how they got that building, what they got when it finally came, but you know, that's not their fault for doing it. And I know that they want to move it. It sounds like it makes sense to go into a larger space and whatnot, but I was a little concerned about what the kind of the long range plan for the organization as a whole is. It's a larger space to occupy, also staff and maintain. And while I know there wasn't a lot of maintenance issues I mean, a lot of maintenance plans on a lot of the proposals, a lot of the other ones had some level of history of what they've done with either past grants or past projects. And this seems like a pretty big leap for them without really necessarily too much information about their finances or how they're going to complete the move and maintain. So I did have more problem with this one on the maintenance than I did on some of the others. So
I scored this sort of mid-range. You know, my last note on this application is, you know, the little town that could. It just, they have a lot of historic properties and all of them are in a state of need. This one is going to be the biggest one yet that they take on. But I like the fact that this historical society basically is willing to really look internally and make sure that they're trying to, you know, like elevate their game. They're trying to figure out, okay, who are we? How do we strengthen as an organization? How do we keep going? If it had just been a matter of acquiring yet another property that was going to put them in even further, you know, strategic danger, that would have been one thing. But I like the evidence that this group of basically volunteers are really trying to reinvent themselves and to keep going and to modernize. So again, I think it may be a bit of a risk, but for $13,000, I thought, okay, perhaps this is a good first investment. This is going to give them a chance to figure out if they really can reinvent the Historical Society and become stronger as a group. There's nothing like a new project in a small town to really generate that kind of energy and interest. So, you know, I ranked it kind of mid-level, but I had a lot of reason to be hopeful for them.
Notwithstanding what I said, I think Janet makes a very good point.
Okay, any last comments? Thank you. Next one, David, please.
Next is the Foothills Historical Society in Buckley. They've requested $45,000 for a new building adjacent to the current museum. They scored 84.3 and are ranked number 30 currently.
Okay, Foothills Historical, any comments?
Maybe I just didn't see it, but I didn't see a lot of detail about this building and how it's going to fit with the existing museum, how it meets the needs for programs and collections in the future, timeline, things like that. And I may have just, that was what I thought was a little, I understand that they're, that this is going to help them grow and they kind of need it, but I was a little, and they made a strong case for the importance of the organization for the city of Buckley and whatnot, but I was just a little, a little concerned about, what are we actually going to be supporting? Although it is a small request, it's still a request.
Yeah, I was confused. I didn't understand initially from their application that this request is for phase 1 only. And there's no schedule for completion of later phases that's offered. It seems impossibly inexpensive for all the things they're hoping that this building will do. It really would have been ideal to have included estimated costs for all 3 phases, and then clearly state that this was for just phase 1. So I marked them back for that, but I kept it a high score because I really want to fund it. I want, geographically it's important for balance. It's a small town. It's not a ton of money. So that's where I was on it.
They were pretty upfront with the uncertainty related to COVID around their organizational sustainability. I mean, which is, something that I didn't see in too many other applications. For what it's worth, it was, I was expecting actually to see more of that because it's been pretty catastrophic for small organizations.
I think this is going to give them really good leverage for phase 2 and phase 3, just in terms of building community support and being able to come up with stronger interpretation plans as they go forward.
I thought they, again, had a really good community section as well, and a lot of partners. There was a very energetic group of people that were reaching out to other groups of people. And so I marked it a little bit higher because of that.
Any other comments? Anyone want to change their score? Okay, thank you. David, next one.
Next is Cheney Depot Society in Cheney. They're requesting $305,242 for phase 3, the site development and interior rehab of the depot. They are currently under contract for the HCP 2129 contract.
And where were they in the ranking?
They're ranked number 24.
Thank you. Comments?
Well, they've done a lot already. I mean, the fact that they were able to move it and save it and get the cooperation of the railroad, which is never a easy thing to do. and they obviously have the capacity. I mean, they've raised the money for this. My only real concern was how they planned, how it's going to, what the interpretation is going to be. The entire use seems to be all laid out to be a restaurant, and although that's not confirmed, doesn't seem to be a lot about the interpretation of the building or the ports of the rail or all this or whatever incorporated in their plan. I know they have to have some way to make it sustainable, but and I have no problem with it being a restaurant, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit about how they could, justify, saving this building and its historic importance to the community.
I agree, John. That was my biggest heartache with it. It was that, it's a really good plan. It's a really great building. It does have a lot of potential, but there's still like, how is it going to be interpreted as historically significant for the area? And it does, and it is, but how is that going to be done? And it didn't seem to really have a lot about that in the plan. And maybe I just missed something, but.
Yeah, this is Angela. I agree. I didn't see anything for interpretation. And I guess my concern is, how do you rehab the inside if you don't know how you're going to use it? The layout they have is for that restaurant. And I was kind of confused about the kitchen being on the other side of the conference room, far away from the restaurant part. There wasn't really any indication there was a kitchen in the restaurant part. So they walking through the conference room the whole time. It just seemed like they didn't really know what they were going to do once they were ready for that.
Well, this is Jennifer. I actually do appreciate that they're trying to think ahead in terms of how they might be able to sustain their organization with some a revenue generating use. But I did also have the questions about lack of an interpretive plan, lack of maintenance plan. I did score it quite high because I do believe they have demonstrated their ability to, complete these projects. There's definite community support here, and it's an important resource for that area. So my outstanding questions notwithstanding, I think it's a good application. And again, appreciate their looking forward to, or looking ahead to, trying to generate some revenue to support the organization.
Does anybody have any further comment or wish to change their score? Okay. Next up.
Next is Gig Harbor Peninsula Historical Society for the Harbor History Museum and Maritime Gallery. They don't see this. This is a phased project, and this is a phase of a larger project. They are currently under contract for 2105. They're requesting $450,000 this time. Their initial score was 96.87, and they're ranked number 1.
Ranked number 1. So we must have good things to say about this one.
Well, we've already done a lot for them, and this is part of a long time, what I call a long-term HCP supported project, and they've got a lot of consultants, contractors, and they've worked, really successfully. And this would kind of bring it to completion, at least of what we've already supported. So. I didn't have any real problem at all with this.
I agree. They're a really solid organization. It's a great maritime project, especially with our new maritime heritage area. So I rank this really high. And they're a really for me, they're a very comfortable organization that I feel will get the work done. And it's a good project.
Does anybody want to change their scores or offer any further comment? All right. Next one, please.
Next up is Friends of Gladys in Pullman. They're requesting $120,000 to continue the roofing replacement. Their original score, or their initial score, is 87.10, and they're ranked number 28.
Gladish, another roofing project. Does anybody want to comment?
Let's see, what did I say?
Checking my notes on it.
I guess this was the other one. This was another one about the overall, long-time future. This is a huge building, and while this particular project is a relatively small one in comparison to the, either the entire roof or the entire building, it is a building built in the 30s, and roof replacement seems to be on well, but I don't know about the rest of the building. Is there anything about, what else is going to happen? Are we going to be replacing a roof on something that is going to fail in another way? And they may be fine. I mean, but as I said, it's a big structure, and it's going to need ongoing maintenance and always for a long time. And it would be nice to have at least a little more sense of a little more future thought about what the needs are going to be, and how they plan to address them.
Was there any additional information in the organizational documents that provided any sort of forward long-term planning or sustainability plan? I don't have ready access to that.
Yeah, I don't see them in the other documents, so.
Okay.
There must not have been anything.
It is a huge facility, but it does so much. I mean, I was astounded at the the breadth of activities and services that are happening there. That to me, putting a roof on it or helping them to roof a portion of it seemed really worthy. Does anybody want to change their scores or offer any further comments on the Gladish Community Center? Okay. And we will go on.
Next up, Museum of Flight in Seattle, asking for $126,048. They initially scored 94. That ranks them number 6, and the project is for humidification and building envelope upgrades to the archive building.
Okay, Museum of Flight Archives building upgrades. Anybody have comments?
I think this
Mary
sounds
Grace,
like,
Yes.
sorry, just quickly, if is it important to note if we've recused ourselves from an application for the public meeting? Just
Doesn't hurt. Yeah,
just
sure.
know that I have recused myself since this is located in King County. Sorry.
No, that's great. Thank you. Was it Allison's voice I heard?
it was
Or
mine.
Tracy.
Tracy. I just said, I think this sounded like a really good project. Obviously, it's important to protect and to have good HVAC, to protect collections is always something that I just in general have a soft spot for. And it sounded like they had a pretty reasonable plan, and I didn't have any major heartache over the plan or the questions or what they're going to do with it. So I just wanted to mention that I think it sounds like it's a worthwhile plan.
I think I have this issue with a number of the applications, but I'll bring it up here. I think this particular application is more than worthy. It was one of my high scores. But I had a question perhaps, and then a comment. There is a tribal consultation process in these grants, along with a archaeological DAP process. And on a number of the ones in King County or in this region, they are reaching out to the Duwamish group in Seattle, but they're not reaching out to the federally recognized tribes Muckleshoot, Tulalip, Suquamish. And so my question, first of all, is this something where each organization can choose who they're reaching out to? And the fact that they're not reaching out to a federally recognized tribe, is that something that the application process allows?
So I can answer that. So under 0505, the executive order, which is requiring them to reach out, the tribes self-select the areas they want to be consulted on. And so they should be checking with us or the Governor's Office of Indian Affairs to make sure they're getting the right tribes. And you are correct. The federally recognized tribes are part of the process. So if you're in King County, you really should be talking to, you can send things to Duwamish, but you should also be sending things to the Muckleshoot and the Tulalip and the other tribes that have registered that they want to be consulted in that area. The tribes always self-select, and we keep tabs on the areas they want to be, where they want to be consulted.
So I mean, in all of the ones that I found where they were only talking to a group that was a non-federally recognized tribe, I think that's fantastic that they're reaching out to those groups who are organized and putting themselves out there. But on all of these, I also put in the comment section and as a condition for the application that they should be reaching out to the federally recognized tribes that have self-identified new language in their area.
So Jennifer, I believe there's a tribal liaison for the Historical Society now, isn't there?
That's correct. I was just going to ask if David can view comments, because I think Michael Finley is our new tribal liaison, and he's been working with each of the applicants. And so he is able to place comments directly into the system. David, are there any from Michael with regard to Janet's question?
I am looking that up right now.
Okay.
I checked, Jennifer, and I didn't see any comment on the applications where I saw that they were only consulting with non-federally recognized tribe, or that they were consulting, for instance, they're in King County and they're consulting with Froxen. So that disconnect, I didn't see any of those comments, although there were a number of comments that were very helpful in that section.
Okay. Yeah, and obviously his work is also is dependent on how the applicant is responding to his outreach as well, right, with them. So, but I do know, just based on knowing Michael's perspective, I think he would share, well, I can't speak for him. I think that he understands the need to reach out to the federally recognized tribes. So I would expect him to have the same guidance to any of the applicants.
Yeah, and the one note that's in there is that they have initiated consultation and that they are, what exactly did he say? That they have met the requirements at this stage. So it's continued consultation, or continue consulting is essentially what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. I will say this though, during COVID, a lot of the tribes are not in their agencies. And so tribal consultation is taking a lot longer for all regulatory actions than in previous years. So the question, I think, also comes down to, did they write to other tribes and not get a response?
And Michael has indicated that as well, that it's just the communications are a lot slower due to everyone being sort of spread out, teleworking, offices closed, things like that.
And I tried to pay attention to that as well, because I know even here in Suquamish, it's very true that we're not working in office. Mail is not being delivered as normal. But just I'll throw it out here just this one time. Basically, that was something I had noticed.
And Janet, I think I heard you say that it's not just the consultation, but it's the breadth of the consultation that you're concerned about, that they're reaching out to all the tribes that they should be reaching out to.
Exactly. I mean, reaching out to one is wonderful. But if more than one tribe is crossing the territory in which your organization sits, then you should be reaching out to all of them. And if you want to reach farther afield than that, that's fine too. But definitely, I would assume Allison would confirm that it's important to talk to the ones whose territory is being claimed.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, we have a map on our website that tells everybody what tribes want to be consulted under what regulation and where in the state. So it's not hard to find out. Like I said, the tribes have self-selected under 0505, the executive order, where they want to be consulted. And that's what this tribal consultation is being done under. So they should be able to check our map.
As a reviewer, though, just, you know, it's not just a yes or no. Did they or didn't they? It's, did they do a complete job of tribal consultation? And we don't have the information available to us to know that. So that's just something maybe we want to think. Some way to.
And Mary Grace, I would
Yeah,
just
so
add
we-
to that to say this is something that actually also continues through contracting, right? So working with DAP, we're going to confirm that the appropriate consultation has happened before any funds would be released. So it, you know, it's up to the committee to determine how much they want this to factor into their decision making at this point. But it's also something that will be followed up at the administrative level to ensure that appropriate consultations happen before we enter into a contract.
That's great.
And we
Thank you.
require that we see all communication so that we are comfortable. So any emails or anything, we're supposed to actually see that communication and the responses.
And on this
I
particular
think
application, I didn't detract from their score. I mean, I gave it 100. So something that I know has to be paid attention to and followed through.
I think for me, what I saw in a lot of applications was sort of the initial try to reach out. And then if they didn't get a response, which is possible, right? I didn't really see them trying to reach out again. It was sort of like, okay, we checked the box. We sent an email to the tribes. It's up to them to respond to us or not. You know what I mean? So I think even that conversation, or at least some kind of a sentence about, you know, these are the amount of times we reached out, for whatever reason, we never heard back from the tribe, and not just be sort of this single email sent out and now it's up to you to follow up with us.
Okay. Thanks for raising that question, Janet. That was actually really helpful to learn about some of the background on that. Anyone want to change their score or offer any further comment on the Museum of Flight archive upgrade? Okay, let's go on.
Next is the Whitman County Historical Society in Pullman is asking for $265,740 to preserve the exterior envelope of the depot. Their initial score is 88 and they rank at number 25.
Does anybody have any comments on the Whitman Historical Society's Pullman Depot Heritage Center project?
I thought it was well planned in terms of the project, and they've raised a lot of money locally, so there's a real commitment to having work done. So the bottom line is I thought that the preservation and restoration of the building was fine, but I didn't see a lot about the use for programming or how it's going to be done and how the programming is going to be accomplished. For example, mention is made of a children's play area, but there's no discussion about how that fits into any overall plan. That was really the only thing I saw that perhaps would have made the application a little stronger, is to talk a little bit more about how that was gonna, how that programming was going to all fit in and make the use, make the work appropriate.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
That was Whitman County, correct?
Yes. Whitman Historical Society,
I don't recall seeing the play area in that, so thank you.
Whitman County.
I hope I didn't blur something.
I wonder if that might be a reference to the Lacey project.
No, I think there was a play area in the plan. There must have been, because I don't know how else I would have. Let me go back and look at the.
Yeah, it's in the project narrative in the first section of the community.
Okay, thank you.
50,000 towards a children's play area.
Okay, yeah, there were similarities. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
My only, the only thing that stuck out for me was I know they've started their DAP consultation, but I did notice that they're proposing to install a water repellent on the masonry, and I just wanted to note to make sure that they that's approved by Nick Van and DAP, because I don't know, there could be new products out there that are acceptable, or but in my experience, generally those are frowned upon. So that's my only comment on this one.
Good comment. Can we add a note to that somehow, that they sort of get a conservator review on the use of a water repellent on their masonry, exterior masonry? Okay, does anyone want to change their score or offer any more comment on Whitman Historical Society's proposal? All right, thank you. Let's go to the next one.
Next is Rockland Zion Chapel in Davenport. They've asked for $15,000 for exterior repairs to the chapel. They initially scored 92.8 and they're ranked number 10 currently.
Does anyone have any comments on the Rockland Chapel proposal?
This was actually one of my favorites, only because I loved the, this was a very small area, and they really kind of banded together to make this building, continue to make this building important to the community. And what they need to do and the project they're asking for is pretty modest, but it will continue to preserve the structure. And it's been a real focal point for the community. So I just liked it. I thought it was a really great grassroots project, and
Amen. Hear, hear.
I loved it. I thought for an all-volunteer organization, they did a beautiful job with their application. The support is there. The uses are so important for the community. The photos are just jaw-droppingly beautiful. I just want to make them my screensaver, rotating screensaver.
Yeah, I loved it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our HCP poster child, I think.
Yeah.
I say this is a good one. This should be a go.
Yep. All right. Does anybody want to change their score?
I'll be increasing my score on this one. I'm not sure what I was thinking on a couple of the things I wrote in there, so I'll be sending that. Should I just send that to David directly?
Yeah, that's fine. I think what we'll do is get those at lunch and then update everything, and then we can do kind of take a break towards the end of the second half and do the same thing.
Great.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to add one more comment, Mary Grace, and that is, and it doesn't really affect this at all. I think it's an important project. I hope that I would just kind of add in the thing that I hope that they make the next step and do a little work on the inside too, because the exterior is so absolutely gorgeous, and they're really doing some really nice work to preserve it. The inside has been kind of modernized and it's pretty nondescript, and I'd love to see them do a little work in there sometime. But I know it's not in this project, so that's just something. Love to see the next step.
Good. That's good to add for their benefit, for them to hear that. So thanks.
Actually, I wanted to add something as well. Just with the community value in mind, this one to me just knocked it out of the park.
Mhm.
And I felt I scored a lot of these heavier on community value weight this year. I think that really showed through, to help level some of these projects. So yeah, just really wanted to make community value like a huge thing this year. So.
Okay, thank you. Next one, David, please.
Next is City of Lacey. This is a phased project as well. They're asking for $607,000 to do the playground, voluntary site cleanup, demolition of underground utilities and building slab, demolition of the existing pavement, disposal, backfill and grading the site, temporary electric to the depot structure. Their initial score, or they're currently under contract for 21-26. Their initial score was 89-11, and they are ranked number 20 right now.
Okay, comments on Lacey Train Depot improvements?
Mary Grace, I just want to let you know that I've recused myself from City of Lacey.
Okay, thanks, Tracy.
I did have some comment about this in the planning. It says, you're right, the proposal is for demolition and site preparation for a new structure not yet designed. Includes rebuilding the historic Lacey train depot, installing a train-themed playground, which appears to already have been completed. Did I read something incorrectly in the documents here?
I believe they're planning on using that already completed as match.
Oh, okay. All right.
So this one also has an ongoing archaeology issue that's noted by DAHP, and I wondered if it had been resolved. I made a note of that, but it sounds like from our earlier discussion that those are kind of ongoing conversations throughout the process running up to actual granting. So unless somebody has an answer, I won't worry about that right now. I also have a note that there isn't a lot of, I don't see a lot of community support through private donations or in-kind labor or other grants. So I think I marked them down a little bit there for organizational capacity. But other than that, I thought it was a pretty strong application. Anybody want to change your scores or offer any further comment? Freya?
Just from experience, the community value when you come into municipal and county relationships, I feel like it's kind of important to note that a lot of times that really blinds us from seeing more of that community support coming through, just in terms of relying, so much on that city or county support.
I think that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of what I appreciated in this application as well is they incorporated a document basically that helped to show how they debated whether or not to go with an older building rehab or to build a new building. And I really appreciate it when the kind of decision-making process is more evident in the application. And that really tipped the scales for me on this application, which I also scored highly.
True, I agree. Okay, anything further or score changes to David? Okay, let's go on.
Next up, Westport South Beach Historical Society, asking for $20,000 to update the old electrical service mains and repair some of the exterior features. They scored a 83.9 and they're currently ranked number 31.
Any comments on Westport support South Beach Historical Society's request for upgrades.
Yeah, this is one I had scored really low, and I think for me a lot of it is that while the project itself is obviously worthy is to rehabilitate this Coast Guard station, they didn't really address the sections of the application with all that much detail, or there wasn't enough supporting documentation either. So while rehabilitation is great, in the application process, I thought this one was basically a very scant information to base a decision on. Sometimes I've noticed both at the city and the county level, city or county employees, often in the planning department, seem to write these grants and they're not really focused on anything but what they want for the project. And I got that impression of this application. They're not talking about the community. They're not talking about process. They're just saying, this is the project, this is the money we need, and going forward from there. So I scored it low for that reason.
I had somewhat the same thought about this, that I thought it would be helpful to see more plans for, it seems relatively simple, but we don't really know what the cupola restoration or the porch railings or roof composition is going to be. We're just kind of taking on faith that it's going to be done properly and it's going to actually match what's there before. And while it probably is, we don't really know that. We didn't see it as well, so.
Yeah, I agree. And this is one that I was hoping when the additional documentation became available that there would just be more meat there. And I just felt the application was really incomplete. And I also wasn't sure if I don't believe they showed that they had long-term site control. But that's just one of a number of pieces of information that I thought were missing. So unfortunately, I also scored this one quite low.
Any other comments or score changes?
David, I'd like to send you some score changes on this one.
And I think I will too.
Okay.
Okay, next up, please.
Northport Historical Society is renovating the house to relocate their museum to. They're asking for $20,000. They scored at 86, and that ranks them number 29.
Oh yeah, this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Comments?
I'm going to be sending in updated scores, David, because I did see that they did submit a lot more documentation than what I initially saw. More planning documents and floor plans, clear community support and support from elected officials. Yeah, and I think it's interesting. They've got the National Guard coming in to do some of the work. I thought that partnership was really interesting and great. So yeah, I'm going to send in updated scores and really bump mine up on this one.
My only, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
My only comment was I was wondering if there were some historic preservation specialists involved with this. I like the idea that they're thinking to make it a multi-use space, and they're getting the National Guard involved and all those things. But it seems like there's going to be a pretty extensive kind of gutting of the structure and rebuilding and removal of some windows and things like that. And I just had some concerns about whether the historical integrity of what's there is going to be compromised by this kind of overall just kind of cut and demolish and rebuild within the structure. So.
Yeah, I had the same thought. It seemed rather drastic to completely remove all the lath and plaster. I kind of consider that to be, in some cases, a pretty important feature for old residences, especially.
Yep. Okay. Others? Okay, next one, please.
The Center for Wooden Boats.
The Center for Wooden Boats is requesting $1 million for a number of compliance projects. Their initial score is 87.2, and that ranks them number 27.
Okay, comments?
So this is Allison. So the project is nice. What concerned me about this one was the environmental review isn't complete, and it's an overwater project, which means it's going to have a lot of additional review. They're going to have to work with the federal agencies and everyone else. So my question isn't about the value of the project. It's more about whether it's really shovel ready to go. And that means whether it could make it within the current biennium.
Others?
I guess my first impression on this when I first went through it, I mean, it was a huge, absolutely huge scope. I mean, just a ton of things going on, and it took a while to sort through all of it. It felt as though there were, I mean, many, many different complex things that needed to happen, and I wasn't sure that it didn't seem like it necessarily was ready. And for such a huge ask relative to the rest of the grants, I just had some concern with that, I think.
Yeah, this is Allison. I agree with Ruben on that.
Yeah, I have notes that there needed to be more thorough assessment of historic structures and a preservation plan for them that supports the proposed work. That the historic nature of some of the elements of the project, of some of the structural elements, really needs some study to determine value before, planning to alter them significantly. And that's both short and long term. So I took some points off under project planning and demonstrated readiness for that. But my score is still pretty high because it's a project that the capital projects have supported in the past, and it's sort of the next leg of that journey. Although I don't know exactly the record of HCP funding. I'm looking for it. Do they have a continuing grant now?
They don't. They closed out. They had a B19 grant that they closed out last year sometime.
Okay. So yeah.
I think I might send you a score on this too. I kind of rested a lot on their past history, that this organization, but I think the comments that have been made today from Allison and Ruben, I think I really didn't take that into account as much as I should have. And I think those are points that I really am sympathetic to, concerned about the readiness as well.
So this is Allison. I will say this, if I understood this correctly, when you totaled all the projects, it came to 10,400,000 and something thousand. Is that correct? The total, or am I off?
No, it was 10,061 and change.
Oh, so you can almost fund every one of them. But if I had to cut one, and I'm not sure I'd cut this completely, but this is one I would have peeled back and funded partially, because the lack of the environmental process does worry me. the fact that it's not complete and ready to go.
Mhm. Okay, and we'll have that discussion in one of our afternoon rounds about partial funding options for some projects. Okay, anything else on wooden boats, Center for Wooden Boats? Good. Okay, David, thank you. Next one.
Next is University Heights Center for the Community. They're installing an elevator to get people from the basement to all the floors. They're requesting $345,000. Their initial score is 93.4, and that ranks them number 8.
Comments, please. I gave him a high score. It looked like a really complete package and an important project. Any comments at all?
I had some questions about how the occupancy of the building, you know, who was in this structure would affect future access to heritage resources. That was kind of unclear for me. That they were relying largely on this partnership with this Unity Museum, but I didn't see any documentation of that partnership.
I would agree with Freya a little bit on that, that was the only thing. I thought it was a good project, and I am very sympathetic to the disabilities and the whole need to move between floors and that kind of thing. But it wasn't primarily a place for the local history programming and historical programming, but it is a historic structure. So, you know, but I do think that was the kind of the one thing that I would say is it's pretty much what Freya said, much better than I am.
I think if this had been, you know, a pure historic preservation project, I would have scored it a lot higher, but because it was access with questionable heritage value, I scored this one actually quite low.
What's the partnership that you were saying is not well documented?
It's a partnership with the Unity Museum, and it looks like they were relying largely on them for interpretation and heritage resources.
Okay.
It wasn't really clear how that would play out in the future.
Okay. But it met all of the threshold requirements for a Heritage Capital grant. Is that correct? I mean, it wouldn't be here if it didn't. Okay. Notes and programs at internal reviews. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything else on this one? Okay, next one, please.
Next is Cowlitz County Historical Museum to add compacting shelving and security doors for their collection storage areas. They're asking for $16,740. They scored at 88.1, which ranks them 23 right now.
So this is Allison. I think I scored this pretty high because collections are important. And I appreciated what they were trying to do.
Me as well. This is Tracy. Yeah. Having secure collections are actually a really big deal. I have been in the building before a long time ago, and they did have open collections for a long time, which is always troublesome, can be troublesome. So.
I thought it was an incredibly worthwhile project as well. My only concern on it was the property control, the fact that it's a lease from county, and I think the length of the lease is not meeting the requirement, and it's also something that they have to have county approval in order to do structural maintenance or alter the interior. So I thought those two were my only concern. That and the fact that this was the one that had like a 3.3 million cash match. I'm not quite sure what that was all about. It seemed like an awful lot of money to be asking for $16,000. But definitely a worthwhile project.
Yeah, I also marked it down for lack of site control because the documentation shows that the lease expires in 2027. It's not that they're not going to have the 13-year site control. I also didn't see a lot on professional qualifications, but again, I do think collection storage is important. So I'm not going to change my score, but I just was curious if the site control issue was resolved.
I think on that match, I think that's a mistake because their match amount is really $33,477. And I think they didn't put the decimal point in the right spot when they went down to below. And that's how it got to be 3,300,000 and something.
3,347,000. That's what I concluded too, David. John.
It's really supposed to be 33,000. That was just a typo.
But if the lease expires, is that in fact an eligibility threshold issue?
It can be. It's going to have to be resolved before we go to contract.
Okay.
There are a couple like that, and there were a couple in the last cycle as well that were resolved before contracting.
Okay, great.
I would give them the benefit of the doubt though, because they've been a partner of the county for a long time. So you're right. I think it has to be resolved, but I can't see it's going to be a problem. So
I just had a quick question. Maybe Tracy can answer. Is compact shelving kind of state of the art? Is that the right solution or the best solution for them? I didn't see that addressed in their application.
You can put more items in less space with compact shelving. Right. That's usually a pretty good deal. And then also, I mean, that tends to be the way that people go with as far as shelving, depending on what it is. And it's usually more flexible as far as sizing. You know, you don't have to have, there's certain types of shelving that if you have shelving, it only holds like a certain amount, and if it doesn't take into consideration oversized or odd sizing type things, and whereas compact shelving typically is very versatile.
Cool.
It's also a lot more sensible than adding more square footage, because you don't really add to your overhead. It's kind of a one-time capital cost, but the space is still going to be heated, cooled, and whatever, the same amount.
Any more comments on Cowlitz County Historical Museum? Okay, thank you.
Next is Experience Learning Community in Seattle. They are asking for $388,000 to do some envelope work and systems upgrades, electrical, HVAC, lighting. They scored initially a 90.5. That ranks them number 17 currently.
All right, comments on this application?
I had a question about the replacement of portions of the clear. It's clear that it's a clear story that they're replacing in areas, but then blocking out with curtaining afterwards. Is that how other people read that?
Skylights that allow direct daylight to enter the museum space. Is that what you're talking about, Freya?
Yes. Was that the same as the skylight replacement area that they referenced? Just wondering, if it was replacing like for like and then covering with an alternative, curtain system. So I couldn't tell if this was part of the sculptural or the structural integrity that they were addressing.
So all I saw was that they were covering the skylights. I didn't see that they were also repairing them. The glass frets discussion is about the sculpture on the outside of the building. Unless I missed a skylight repair.
Is there somewhere I'm looking to? While you're looking for it, though, I had a little question. Again, I don't know. This is a large, well-funded, very visible space, and this I did have a little bit of wonder about. It's more of a maintenance of infrastructure request, and I hope they're going to plan to set money aside in some kind of a sinking fund for the future, because this is going to continue to happen, and kind of wonder why it hasn't already been kind of planned for.
Wilson, could you comment on portions of the structural design and how that would play out in the future if this were to become a landmark structure?
Were you directing that question at Allison?
Yes.
I think that's a question about becoming a King County landmark, isn't it?
It'd be Seattle.
It was Seattle. Yeah, sorry, a Seattle landmark. So that's actually worried me on their application because they hadn't gone through the process yet. And I was also a little worried about, are they going through the process to try to not be a landmark? Because sometimes that happens too. It's a weird deal that people go through the Seattle process to be told they're not, them more freedom of movement. So I think they should have gone through the landmark process before they applied for the grant, but that's my perspective. So I actually scored them lower because of that.
I was pretty surprised actually to see this kind of application for a building that is not that old. I mean, I understand that the design is a very innovative, shall we say, design that probably has a lot of unforeseen things that'll probably happen to it over the course of its life. But I was a little bit confused between, collections, protection, interpretation, and then just dealing with the facility itself being what it is. The building is a statement unto itself. It's a work of art, and so I don't know. I just and the fact that it's such a large organization and such a big museum. I don't know. There were just all these things were going through my head as I was reviewing this, and I came away just a little bit perplexed, I think.
I was struggling with all of those things, plus really wondering whether the funding to go toward conservation of an exterior sculpture is really an art conservation project rather than a heritage project. And, given what Ruben just said about the building itself being a work of art, there's sort of this amazing, really fascinating sort of crossover here between art and heritage that we're seeing that, may be completely legitimate. But to me, the glass artwork on the outside is an art conservation project. And maybe if the building doesn't have, landmark status yet, that's further support for separating that work out. As long as they're doing cultural and heritage interpretation work on the inside of the building, then yeah, I can support HVAC and systems upgrades. And a building like this that's hardworking and large is going to have to do that fairly often, Ruben, just in my experience. It doesn't seem like the building's that old, but those are big systems that are working really hard, and they're probably a little bit finicky too. So so I can understand their need to begin to address upgrade, replacement, fine tuning of systems and all of that.
So Mary Grace, actually, with you saying that, isn't that what Building for the Arts is for?
Well, maybe that's why I raise it.
I mean, this is sort of like Skagit County, where I felt they should be in the courthouse program and the Pioneer Cemetery should be in the cemetery program.
Yeah.
Is this applying to the wrong state program?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, my only point to that is that I think it does the heritage component is really high. I think the collection is very unique. It draws in a really broad audience, younger people, a diverse audience. So I think if we look at the application in terms of protecting the collection, and I think the HVAC systems do that, then to me, there's a heritage component, but I totally hear what you're saying, because the building itself is really a work of art. So This is a tricky one. I wrestled with all these issues, but just really came down to the importance of the collection and the making it available to the public ongoing.
Is this one?
This could be one.
Dissect a little bit more in the second section.
Freya.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got two people speaking. Freya, will you go?
Okay. Is this one that we can dissect a little bit more in the ranking area? I just feel like there's some precedents that can be set by portions of this project that I'd like to think really carefully about.
I'd like to do that. Yes. Allison, were you?
Yeah,
the
I was
other
going to
voice?
say. I was going to say maybe we could look at partial funding. Again, if we were, because they fit within the 10 million, I'm more comfortable. If we were way outside the 10 million, I'd say, this probably should be left over to Building for the Arts. But there are some good points to this. I mean, the collections are a heritage. So if we're, if we're comfortable keeping it in, it's to me, it's okay. I suppose then it opens up more possibilities for Building for the Arts.
Okay, then let's move on to the next one. Give a quick pause. Is there any further comment on that? Okay. Arbaugh Marine.
Oops. The Recreational Boaters Association of Washington Marine Parks Conservancy is applying to purchase and renovate the Lake Bay Marina and donate it as a marine park to state parks. Amount requested is $400,000. They scored a 73.9. That ranks them at number 39 currently.
Okay, number 39 out of 40. Clearly, people had some concerns. Who wants to start?
I'll start, Mary Grace. This is Tracy. I thought it was a worthwhile project in and of itself, but I didn't see a lot. There seemed to be a lot of lacking as far as like the historical interpretation, long term. Of course, it looked like a great, project that way. I think it's great that's going to go to state parks, but I also felt like there's a lot of gaps between the planning itself and then what's really going to happen with it and what the focus was going to be, or having a long-term strategic plan for it. Or I feel like there was just a lot of gaps, and maybe it was just, one of many applications that I read. And so maybe I missed something when I was reading, but I didn't see some of that stuff. And it did seem like there's a lot of great opportunity there, but it just left a lot of questions for me.
I would agree with Tracy. That was the biggest problem. I liked the purpose. I thought the purpose was great, and the whole intent is laudable, and they're really to be commended for wanting to take it on. But it's kind of one of those things where we're saying we're going to do it, but how we get there is not very well articulated. What has to be done? How's it going to cost? Does state parks want it? There's all kinds of issues that just raised like, I don't know. This would be a real leap of faith.
I was uncomfortable with that leap of faith too. I felt that the community value would have been better, better proven just through acquiring the property first and then coming back in a later biennium with more of those details worked out.
Okay. Yeah, I was very uncomfortable that there wasn't any kind of a plan for sustaining the operations of a renovated facility. That there's the, you know, the prospect of saddling state parks with an expensive property, expensive in terms of ongoing management and maintenance, and or a nonprofit, which I think was the other way they might go. It just seemed really speculative. And I wondered too about the requirement for property control. That was all pretty confusing. If an extension is granted into next year, the Conservancy Board will look to use these funds for acquisition, an extension of their current, I guess, purchase option. If not, so if they don't get an extension and they can't acquire it, dollars would be used toward the restoration and replacement of the docks. I'm not sure where that gets them. They still don't own the property, but we're investing in it. So it was very confusing to me.
This is one of a very few that I would feel really uncomfortable funding at all. I just don't feel we have really enough assurance. Some of the others have questions, and we've raised questions on some of the others, but this one seems like really, I don't know that it really, just because we have $10 million to give away, it's almost like, I'm not sure we should really give it in this case.
All right, any further comments on this? Thank you. Next one, please.
Next is Northwest Railway Museum. This is well, normally what we would call phased, but this is a return applicant to build the Roundhouse Gallery. It's at the Northwest Railway Museum in Snoqualmie. They're asking for $1 million. Their initial score is 94.89. That puts them at number 3 currently. They are currently under contract for their 1727. They also have a 1926 and a 2117 pending.
Mary Grace, I recused myself from this one as well.
Thank you, Jennifer. What number were they at? I'm sorry, David. Did you
Number
say
3.
Number 3. Great.
You know, this is another one that is a really great organization, a really strong organization. They've done incredible work. I've been so proud of this, the little museum that could. The only downside is with the Yakima trolley application, you know, making sure that they can do both these projects within the biennium and have the capacity to handle 2 of them. But I think this, you know, this proposal is a good proposal, and the museum has been solid.
Can I jump in for a second and just request that David explain what the 2 pending applications means?
Yeah, so the 1727 contract, the work is done, but they have yet to close out the contract. As far as the scopes of work specifically, I'll have to look those up and get back to everybody. I can send them out or make that comment later. One of them is a rail car. I know that for sure. I believe 2 of them are rail cars.
But those, just to be, I want you to be clear about what those are. So are those 2 applications that have not begun, 2 grants that have been made? Has the work begun on those grants?
No, they can't have 2 contracts open at the same time. So
okay. So they have 2 existing grants that have not been executed.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, anything further?
That was one of the things I was going to bring up at some point, because some of these organizations, now that I've been on committee for at least a few cycles, they come back and back and back. And in that, for me, is an issue. If some manage to come back repeatedly and keep up to date on their project work, but when you get an organization, you know, I scored that application incredibly high, but if they're not utilizing the money, are we endangering funding another organization in favor of this one because they're basically tying up a funding level that then is not open to other people, even though that they're not completing projects in a normal progression whereby they're utilizing that funding? That seems like a huge circle to come back to. Should we give it to them until they finish some of the rest? So that was a concern, especially with this one, but there were a couple of ones that I kind of thought about that on.
Okay. Any further comment on Northwest Railway Museum? Okay, thank you.
Next up is the Kitsap Maritime Heritage Foundation to restore the Kitsap, one of their schooners, I believe. It's located out of Bremerton. They're asking for $34,422. Their initial score was 77.67. That ranks them number 36 currently.
Okay, Kitsap Maritime Heritage Foundation. Comments?
My issue with this one, and this is a project I know at least a little bit about, only because of the name Kitsap. They came to the Suquamish tribe and asked for permission to rename the ship Kitsap, which in the Suquamish tribe agreed. My only problem with this application, and otherwise incredibly worthwhile programming, is that financials don't indicate to me one way or another whether they're really at a point where they should be going to this next step. And one of them, in fact, their checking account fell below $10,000, which in another portion said that was a trigger for them to stop all activity until they completed the fundraising. The other thing in the financials is that they were a combination of income and projections. So there was actually no expenses that I found or noticed in the application process. So there wasn't a way to circle back around and really judge the financial health of this organization. So I literally said we recommended not funding, only because based on that alone, that there were a lot of red flags when it came to the solvency and the health of the organization based on the information that they were providing in the application. And I'd really hope that that additional information would have, you know, allayed those concerns, but it really didn't. I don't know if anyone else noticed those aspects as I did, because every other part of it was a fairly strong, you know, I would have scored it significantly higher, except for that worry about the financial health of the organization.
I guess I felt in some ways that there's not very much information about this. I mean, I have different feelings about boat projects generally. I think that they are quite aspirational often, and boats, you know, by their very nature, don't really want to float forever. But anyways, but I like to support them when they're good. It's just that I didn't really understand what the Kitsap was, particularly in terms of a historic vessel. I didn't see there was a lot of detail there, so I didn't really know what we're in for. On the other hand, it seemed like a really fairly small scope of a project at the same time. It wasn't a huge thing where we, got a total rebuild of a hull or something like that. But it was, I wish there was more information for us.
And the Kitsap isn't an old vessel. It was built in 2002. It's the Cultural Maritime Programming. There's another call ship on the waves that they do onboard maritime heritage programming. And it is a historic vessel. But the Kitsap, which was, I didn't write down what the original name was. This one, basically, they are trying to get it classroom ready, for lack of a better terminology. And when they do, they're going to be able to bring out school children and other groups onto the water to do maritime heritage topics. So it's a worthwhile program, but it's just, for me, the idea of lack of information.
I had some issues with that as well, just in terms of not understanding their past history, heritage value wise. I couldn't tell if they were citing existing programming that they wanted to carry into the future or if it was brand new. And I also questioned the foundations. There was a discrepancy between being a private foundation or switching to a public charity in 2016. And I wondered if that was a project-based decision or if that was really just a clerical error.
I believe that part was, it's the oddity of 501c3. In order to be a public charity, you have to have a broad numbers of donations, where most 501c3s are private foundations because they don't have the number of individual donors. But I think that's also something that some major corporate foundations will not fund private foundations. You have to be a public. And so a lot of organizations like this struggle with that. So I think that was that conversation. I've had that conversation before in the museum world. That's why I'm thinking that's where it's coming from.
Well, I see where it says it's representative of a historical sailing vessel is what it says in the description. I missed the representative part.
I did too. I missed that completely. And, they talk about restoration, which is misleading to some extent, and that is going to be used for historical maritime education. I found it to be a very confusing application that left me lacking in confidence. The plans for programming seemed really weak, but again, I think from the sound of it, it's a worthy program, but I just don't feel like I've gotten enough information here to feel like I know how the money's going to be used.
Yeah, for me, and I will say too, I didn't catch that it was built in 2002 until I looked at the additional documentation. It really wasn't clear in just the body of the application. I think the programming's definitely worthy. I ranked it, a little higher on community value, but I just don't think the application's ready, and I hope they will pull it together and come back to us in a couple of years with more information. I wasn't comfortable with the amount of documentation or information provided.
Okay, anything further? If not, we will move on. Thank you.
Okay, Island County Historical Society Museum's up next. It's in Coupeville. They're replacing the roof. They were asking for $11,000. Initial score was 88.62, and that ranks them number 21 currently.
I need to pause. I just realized that it's noon. It's 12:01. David, how many do we have left to do? Do you know? This would be our 23rd as far as I can tell. So it looks like we're about halfway. I knew this would be slow going. I think we should at least take a break, if not take that 30-minute lunch. And I'm interested in how others feel.
Lunch isn't provided?
Yeah, it's always been provided before. What is this? I agree with you, Ruben.
Ruben, just hang on. I'm sure something will arrive soon.
Yeah, why don't we take a break and come back in, what, 30 minutes? Or 12:30 or something?
Okay, and if you have score updates, maybe send them on to David. He could get started on those. David doesn't get a break, I guess. I hope he gets fed at least, Jennifer. Okay, it's not to put you on the spot. Okay, 12:30. Let's be back at 12:30. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, see you then.
Was it?
David, I sent an email on the break, but I noticed that Closing was not on the PowerPoint.
I saw that. I'm gonna have to, I think what I did is I overwrote one of them. I'm not sure which one, obviously them, but I'm not sure which one it happened on, but I'll get them added before we're there.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Do we have everybody back yet? Shortest 30 minutes ever. Let's see. Jennifer Meisner, are you back yet? Yeah, there she is. Okay, you can turn off your screen if you're still chewing and swallowing. That's just fine. I just want to make sure you were there. Are we missing anyone else? No, I think we're good. Okay. Like I said, feel free to turn your screen off if you need to or want to. We're gonna roll on, I think. Are we ready? David, how you doing with score updates?
Well, I worked backwards for the first couple of them, putting them in the wrong project, so I had to go back and fix that. I got a couple to fix.
Okay.
So, yeah, just keep them coming, and when we take the next break, I'll get everything updated. It wasn't too bad.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for doing all that legwork. It's not easy, especially under pressure. As far as the next break goes, if anybody has any thoughts on that, I welcome them. I'm thinking let's just plow through another 10 or so and do a check-in. All right? All right. Okay, we left off with Island County. Island County Historical. And David was introducing it.
I was just going to say it's a pretty straightforward project. Roof's in bad shape. They have the money. Or roofs are important. I don't see any real problems here. It's a pretty small amount, and
it is small. They didn't have information on their board or conflict of interest stuff. Was that maybe in the organizational docs that came later? That was the only thing I was worried about.
So Island County, you're asking about the board roster?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Information on the board and the conflict of interest.
Yes, they did. Both complete.
Okay, great. Then I can upgrade my score a little bit there. Any other comments on Island County? Pretty easy one? Okay.
who's next? Franklin County. Franklin County, where's Franklin County?
Oh, David, you are muted.
I got out of my flow.
That's cool.
So they got, they want to build an annex building and also expand a gallery, and they're redo the meeting room. This project's in Pasco. They're asking for $173,404. Their initial score was 90.2, and their, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. We're looking for Island County.
We did that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was updating scores while you were doing that one. Man, I can't get the right one. There we go. Franklin County is ranked currently at number 18. Sorry about the confusion.
No problem. Speak up if you have comments on Franklin County.
I thought that they, they need the space. They have, it's a growing organization. The exterior plan looks like it'll be compatible with the existing building, as well as the fact that I think it's going to give them a much increased presence in the community as a whole. The other side, though, was I thought the need was there, but don't really see how the space inside was going to be apportioned and how it's going to be, what provisions are made for it to grow, how it's related to the offsite collections that are going to be moved, capacity for programs, that kind of thing. I think there's just, again, it's one of those things where I think they may have thought about all this, but it's not very well laid out in the proposal.
Okay. Anybody else on this one?
I ranked it fairly high. I just my one comment was I didn't love the false front on the proposed false front on the new building. I'm not sure that really complies with the Secretary of the Interior standards. I get why they put it on. I think they're trying to make sure the new building is compatible in character with the Carnegie Library building, but I just would want to make sure that DAP weighs in on that.
I had the exact same comment.
Thanks.
Okay, then let's continue.
Okay, next is U.S. Lighthouse Society. They are proposing to re-roof the Point Wilson Lighthouse. I missed that in the description portion over here. In Port Townsend, they're requesting $33,000 to do so. Their initial score is 82.2, and their initial rank is number 32.
Comments? I didn't find any information about the society as a governing entity for this project, the U.S. Lighthouse Society. I actually had to go to the U.S. Lighthouse Society's website to kind of figure out their role there. Anybody else?
So are they a partnership, Mary Grace?
They're what did I ended up finding? That's my note.
This is Allison. Are you sure it's not leased from them? It may be a leased situation.
In the initial application, property control was the U.S. Lighthouse Society, and then there was another organization as well that they were mentioning, and I don't have that written down. But my other part too was that it was not clear essentially who was going to be the long-term controlling organization and who was actually going to be the responsible party, not only for the grant itself when it comes to administration, but then the 13 years. So I scored it fairly low only because there was so much confusion, and also that the community section, they're listing a generic tourism benefit to this project, but they're really not indicating any other kind of community involvement. And they're essentially right with Fort Worden, and they don't even really mention Fort Worden at all.
But they did mention that Fort Worden was actually, because they have so many visitors at Fort Worden, they thought that this would be a well visited site. But the side of that is that it seems a little bit like a level of hope as opposed to any real business plan that this is actually going to happen.
Right. And they weren't mentioning them in terms of partner or
No,
program.
right. No, I agree. They weren't. They were just using them as, that's why I said it's kind of a generic, we're next door, so therefore a lot of other people are going to come. So.
Yeah, I had all of the same questions. I didn't see any kind of historic preservation plan or historic structures report. I don't know about the site control. It looks like it's a brand new organization. Some of the additional documentation that we saw shows that I think the board's only been around for a couple years. So I think this is another one for me that just didn't feel complete, and I would hope they could come back to us in a future round, but I scored it quite low.
Right. Yeah, it says in their ongoing history, interpretation, and preservation maintenance plan, it says eventually a chapter of the U.S. Lighthouse Society will be formed to manage every aspect of preservation. Until that time, Jeff Gales and the U.S. Lighthouse Society staff will be responsible. It seems like that needs to come first.
Well, they've done 2 others already, New Dungeness and the Point No Point.
Right.
And so they do have some track record.
They do. That's true.
I kind of looked at this as a fairly small scale and not a huge dollar amount to put a roof on a lighthouse, and in the nearby Fort Worden and so forth. And lighthouses, I don't know. My impression of lighthouses has always been that the management and ownership of those properties, being Coast Guard properties and things like that, is rather complicated sometimes, and the transfers are complicated too. But it's what I think was $33,000, and they talk a lot about their future narrative plans or future interpretive plans, but really I think all of that is kind of up in the air right now. But the scope for this is just the roof, if I'm not mistaken.
Good point.
Right.
I agree with you, Ruben. I actually scored it pretty high because I do know that U.S. Coast Guard and lighthouses usually have multiple people who are involved based on the property, the waterfront, and the land itself. So it's a small amount of money, and it seems like a worthwhile project.
Good. All right. Anything further? Okay, David, next one, please.
Southwest Seattle Historical Society in Seattle is requesting $25,935 for ADA ramp, roof replacement, and electrical upgrades to the Log House Museum. Their initial score was 93.42. That puts them number 7 in the rankings right now.
Okay. It's a strong one based on the fact that it's number 7 out of 40. Does anyone have any comments or discussion? All right, let's keep going.
Next up, Skagit County in Mount Vernon. They're asking for $800,000 to retrofit the 1924 courthouse. Their initial score was 75, and they are ranked number 38 currently.
Okay, so people have concerns with this. Let's talk about them. Anybody want to start?
No, I voted to not fund it. They were one of my no's. And it's primarily because, the retrofit, the county courthouse, worthy building. But when it comes to the application itself, they're just not addressing components. There's not a lot of of information on the building future. So I wonder sometimes when it comes to these, again, a county project, they need the money, but I think it was Allison that mentioned at some other point that there are other state funding sources that they can go to rehab and retrofit a courthouse. And if they're going to go through this route, then they at least need to pay attention to how culturally it's going to actually satisfy this grant application. And I didn't see
Yeah, they did apply. They did apply to the courthouse program for the same project.
And how did they fare?
We haven't met yet.
So this was the one that the eligibility was questioned based on the fact that it had applied for 2 different funds. Is that right? I think it had a note that said it may not be eligible. Is that this one?
Programs are able to apply to 2 different programs. Sorry, projects are allowed to apply to 2 different programs. They're just not allowed to receive funds from 2 different programs.
Okay.
Right. That's happened before on Building for the Arts. And sometimes that's why somebody's been freed up for a heritage project, because they've got more money on the other application. I just thought that this was you're right in the sense it could go through the courthouse program or whatnot, but it just seemed to me it was a pretty straightforward project in the sense of it's a seismic retrofit. What they were planning to do by removing the jail at first, I was a little concerned about, because I thought it was going to really compromise the original structure. But then in looking at the plans and the designs, I thought, it made sense. I could see why they wanted to do it. The building is not going to be compromised significantly. And the county's going to continue to operate it. It doesn't seem like there's any plan whatsoever that they're going to leave this place. It's going to be part of their core operation. So, it's going to continue as what it is. Now, how it's interpreted and the historic component, I guess the big thing here is you're saving a historic courthouse. And I guess I was persuaded by that as much as anything.
So there is a note in red that says this project may be ineligible to apply for HCP funding. What was what's the reason for that?
That's one of our notes? Is that?
Yeah, it's in
okay,
red.
So that was a note from Lissa. I didn't review this one, and I'm certain it's the 2 different programs in the same biennium.
Okay, so they can apply to both, but they can't receive funding from both. So that's really all that's about.
They just can't receive. Yeah.
Okay. So do we think it's a better fit for the courthouse program since there's no interpretive programming element here?
I do, because of the lack of they're not planning on interpreting history. I don't know what else they're planning on doing. Some of the other courthouses in the state, do historic interpretation as well, and I'm just not aware of anything that they're doing, and they didn't mention anything in the application. So.
Right.
I think it's better suited to the courthouse grant program as well for those same reasons.
And I didn't actually score it at all because I thought it should be over at the courthouse program.
Okay, and
well, it's low on our priority list, so I think if we're going to have to, that's another one that maybe could go down to the let's not fund at this level or at all necessarily.
So there's do we keep it and score it in case it doesn't get funded by the courthouse program, or do we just say no, this doesn't belong here, we're not even going to score it, it's a courthouse project? I kind of have a process question there, I guess, that goes to Allison and Jennifer.
I would say that if it does not include any plan for interpretation, it's not qualified for the HCP program because our program requires history interpretation happening at the site. David,
The only thought that I had on that is that, you know, what is it said earlier this meeting, that you have a historic building and its historic use and being continued to be used in that way has interpretive value into itself. But I mean, I wouldn't want to see this lose out if it wasn't, you know, if there wasn't a tailored program that is a great fit for this elsewhere. That's the way I'd see it.
Right.
But if there is, and if it is a promising and strong application for that, then I suppose I'd agree. I just I wouldn't want to see it, you know, lose out on a seismic retrofit of a historic building in historic use.
Especially if we, you know, have adequate funding within this program. So, okay, so let's flag it for the next round of discussion when we actually kind of take a second look at the priorities. Keep it scored for now and note that it, you know, as it's already been noted, that we'd probably prefer to see it in the courthouse program, would prefer to see it in the courthouse program. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Next up, please.
Mary Grace, could we just quickly go back, just sorry, to the Southwest Seattle Historical Society? I didn't have a chance to just make one comment on that. I fully support it. I did notice that they are proposing to install a steel tube railing on the ADA ramp, and I would really like to see that be wood. I think if this is a log house museum, I know that's not a primary facade, but there's a tactile thing with wood versus steel, and I think if they install a steel railing, it's going to really diminish the experience for those that use that ADA ramp. So sorry, I just wanted to get that comment in.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
So noted.
Thank you.
So that should probably go like in that category at the bottom where you say, are there any, what is it? Any conditions?
Yeah, and I did. I included that.
Okay, excellent. Very good then. Thank you. Okay, where are we now, David?
We're on historic Whitby. They are painting and restoring part of the building, their existing building, and then bring in new utilities. This is the museum in Coopville. They're asking for $201,544. Their initial score was 96. That ranks them number 2.
We like it.
Yeah. I like this a lot too. I thought,
yeah,
I think this has come up before, if I'm not mistaken. And it was at the time, like, it was a real long shot. Like, I don't know if we could ever do this because are they ever going to get this? But they have done an amazing job to preserve it this far. And it's a rare property. They've really thought about what they want to do. They have a lot of professionals involved with it, a lot of detail. They're looking at not just creating another historic house museum, but looking at something that actually has multiple uses within the community. I thought that's why I think it's way up there at number 2. This is a real something that I think is exactly what this program is for, and will make a real difference, not only to the property, but to the community.
well said. Anything more on historic Whitby?
I'll just add that the project team is top notch, and I can't say enough about this organization, how, you know, they really, it was a hard fought battle to even acquire this property, and they've got a great board, a great leadership. And as John said, this is what this program's all about for me.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Next up.
Next is Lopez Island Grange, number 1060. This is a project to weatherize and upgrade some systems for energy efficiency. The Grange is located on Lopez Island. It's requesting 21,667. Initial score is 94.4, which ranks them number 5 currently.
Okay. Modest request for weatherization and system upgrades. Any comments?
I thought it was great, and I thought that they're really using it, and it's important for them, and they've had unexpected times and they couldn't use it sometimes. Now it'll be available if they get this all done. My only question would be, and I just throw it in, it's not really what they're asking for, but maybe the next phase they could restore the tower, the bell tower, because I think it would make the building look a lot better.
Has it been altered?
Well, it was taken off. I mean, not by them, but it could be put back, but it's gone now.
Was it a reconstruction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have to be a reconstruction.
Yeah. Okay.
But it would certainly enhance its overall historic look from the outside. I hate to see towers gone.
Yeah. Okay. Any further comment? No. Next one.
Next is Historic Seattle Public Development Authority to do a seismic retrofit of the Good Shepherd Center in Wallingford. Wallingford, excuse me. This is in Seattle. They're requesting 868,318. Initial score is 92.4. That ranks them number 12.
They've had a fair amount of grants on this building before, haven't they? I think there's been a lot of HCP money in this already. Is it there?
Not that I know of, but I haven't.
I thought it'd come up
memorized all of
before.
them.
Maybe.
Not in the last three by any anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a good project. I wasn't inferring not to fund it, but it seemed to me that I'd seen this before.
I really struggled with the heritage value on this one. I didn't feel that that was really well documented in the application. Any thoughts on that?
Gatsby.
What?
I think it was the puppy.
Oh.
I had scored this one extremely high too, at 100. I think for me, I often struggle with the total package. So it's part of a historic district. It's a historic building. It has lots of community use. And so my seesaw is always, is it just a historic structure that we're helping to preserve, or is it historic cultural programming? Ideally, I like historic structure and cultural programming.
Yeah.
But this one seemed to be a really supported historic district property.
They certainly have the capacity, and they certainly have done a great job in other projects. And it is a real important building that you'd hate to see go down in an earthquake.
And it's identified in the city's recent survey of unreinforced masonry buildings that really need these seismic upgrades. So I kind of applaud Historic Seattle for taking this on and getting out ahead of a lot of other projects. And they've got a really incredible team, as John said, great. I mean, there's no question about their ability to do the project, and they do note that they are going to expand the heritage interpretation in the building with some wayfinding and additional interpretive displays. So I ranked this one very high as well.
I would just like to see if this one does come back to Heritage Capital, noting that this is only one of 3 phases for the retrofit, that, there either be increasing attention paid to the heritage, like Janet noted, just that, to have that full package. I wouldn't want to see HCP support the majority of this and end up with something that doesn't really score very high in that area.
Good note.
This is Allison, but I do think Historic Seattle has a really solid track record.
I kind of see them. This is they're doing what they should be doing with their resource in their portfolio. That they're doing the right thing. They're doing it the right way, so I support it.
Yeah, this is Allison. I haven't seen them do a failed project yet. I mean, I know they're a larger organization, but they're really solid. And I think with something like Historic Seattle plus the little projects we have a good mix.
Good. Okay, any more comment there? Next up.
Port of Kalama
Port of Kalama
is looking for $500,000 to restore the 5 totem poles, including one that will be acquired. And the initial score is 81.89, and that ranks them number 33 currently.
Comments?
Well, I got the idea that they were important. I mean, they've been there for a while. They're badly weathered. They need work. But I had a lot of problem with this, really, because there's going to be a lot of epoxy repairs to them. The most significant one, the tallest one, is not going to go back upright because it can't, apparently. And I don't know, it just seemed like, on one hand, I can see why they like the project and whatnot. But there haven't been a lot of consultations with other experts with these totems, and the fact that some of them were, they were all done by an individual. But I don't know, it just seemed like there were a lot of kind of, is this really worthy of this particular program? I'd like to hear what others have to say about that.
I voted, I would vote not to fund this. I have a lot of problems with it. I dealt with the historic totem pole on the State Capitol campus that was badly rotted. And there's a lot to the restoration of an outdoor cedar carved work of art. And I don't see any consultation beyond the consultation with the family of the original carver. I think there's questions about the artistic value, the cultural value, and the historic value that are unanswered. And I'm confused as to why they're buying more. I mean, I see that they see this as sort of a branding opportunity, a landmark thing that people have become very fond of and associate with the port. That's great, but is it really a worthy heritage project, or is it even a worthy artistic project? It's more of a port branding project here, as I can see. I have, I put extensive notes into my response to the application. I just don't, I'm concerned that the local tribes, the Cowlitz, don't consider these to be tribally, culturally important to the tribe. The carving artist was from a different part of the country, which doesn't mean that they're not valuable as artwork, but they don't have a deep local cultural value beyond as a more contemporary landmark for people, as far as I can tell from the materials that they've provided. There may be more to this that I'm not seeing or understanding. I did go to the website of the carver's family that's mentioned in here. I can't find, Laluska Foundation. And that seems like a sound organization, but I don't see it, again, I don't see any independent evaluation of the restoration strategy that they're proposing. And I would strongly recommend that they consult further, and offered some resources in my notes. So I scored them low, and I did not recommend funding them, at least certainly not at this level.
Mary, I had much the similar hesitations, and I voted to not fund them as well. And on a multiple fronts, really. I think that's really what the issue is here. The photographs they had, there was serious degradation of those poles. And if you want to spend that much money right now on trying to rehab them, they are wood structures. It's not going to be a fix into the future. I think a lot of times people don't realize that if it's made of wood and its life is outside, it's not meant to last forever. And it's already had a really long life. My other concern also was in the cultural artistic sense, that these are northern style totem poles that are not even done to form line. So historically, they have a significance in the fact that this person who carved them was doing so for a commission, under the Seattle, the state fair, or not state fair, the World's Fair. But from my point of view, that there was just too many detriments to the overall categories to really warrant funding.
I agree with both these comments. I actually had, again, I think I've used this word before, but perplexed a bit when I was reading this. I wasn't really, especially with the cultural and historical value of these. I wasn't sure it was there, and I guess Mary Grace, I think, summed up my thoughts pretty well. I did actually have a recommendation to fund in my review, but it was not a very solid one. I'll just put it that way. And I have a totem pole that is on my radar screen in Tacoma, and there are just tons of issues with these things. And so, anyways, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, I could see not funding this one.
Yeah, I would agree. You all said it much better than I did.
Yeah, I agree too, and I'm going to send some updated scores in, David, because I think Mary Grace brought to light some additional issues that I hadn't considered. I was concerned that I didn't see much information about the person who was going to do the restoration. So, but I thank you for all the additional research, Mary Grace, and I'm going to send updated scores.
Any further comment on this? Angela, I haven't heard from you in a while.
No, I'm going to update my scores based on the comments.
Okay.
Don't have much.
Okay.
Sadie doesn't.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next up, please, unless there's any further comment there.
Nothing?
Kathleen.
Okay, Town of Cathlamet's asking for $20,000 to restore headstones, repair headstones, and install a wrought iron fence. They scored 94.8, which makes them number 4.
Comments?
No, this is Allison. I mean, it's a fine project. It's just another one that probably could go through the cemetery grant program, but then the cemetery grant program won't open up for another year. So, I mean, it's a fine project. Oh, one quick thing. They probably would need a permit from us. They're talking about moving some ground. That always makes me nervous. So they need a permit before going forward.
Okay.
Allison, are there any major differences between the way that the cemetery program categorizes projects and the way that this one appears for Heritage Capital? Because I thought the heritage component of this was actually pretty strong.
Allison, we can't hear you for some, oh, she's back off again.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
There you, yes.
Oh, sorry. I said that the cemetery program doesn't require a match, but we probably won't be funding for a year, and we only have $500,000, but this is only a $20,000 project. So, I mean, in some respects, if you have the room to take the project in, it's fine. Just a note that there's another program.
Freya, did that answer your question? Okay.
I just one comment. I think we go ahead and fund it too, because I really do think they have they've thought about it quite a bit, and I think it's a good way to make it more accessible. I noticed that in one of the pictures, though, there was a photo, a historic photo of the fencing that was around the one of the plots or one of the family plots, and that was removed in 1969. And I didn't know if there was any attempt to kind of at least follow the basic lines of that fencing, since it does have a historic significance or a relevance to that cemetery. And it may not make a difference, but I just thought that would be kind of nice if they'd had that. So
did you make a note in your application?
yeah, I did put that.
This is Allison. We'll end up working with them on that anyway, because they're disturbing ground.
Oh, okay.
And once they do that, we get involved, because we never, you know, fences around cemeteries don't mean that's the border. A lot of times, or the majority of the times, there's human remains outside the fence lines. So we're very cautious about any kind of ground disturbance.
Sure.
So does there need to be a note added to the file that they need DAHP permit?
Or, you know, they need to work with us, yeah. And they, depending on the amount of ground disturbance, they'll probably need a permit, because they're talking about digging around even some of the burials.
Okay, so I'm looking for that in the, I'm looking in the wrong place. DAHP comments, easy one form requested from applicant. Needs archaeological review for potential impacts. Above groundwork would meet the SOI standards if applied. That doesn't seem adequate. Like you're saying that they need a permit.
Yeah, well, the first thing we need to do is a review with them to understand exactly where they're going, how deep they're digging. You know, I'm just suggesting, based on a simple application, that they'll probably need a permit.
Okay, so once they do the easy one form, you'll have the trigger then for that. Okay. Okay. Next up, unless any further questions or comments. I thought it was a great project. Okay, next one.
Next is Holocaust Center for Humanity. They're asking for $89,882 for remodeling their office spaces and a small conference room and different cubicles, some electrical work, and sound abatement. This is located in Seattle. The initial score was 88.4. That ranks them number 22 right now.
Okay, comments?
Mary Grace, this is Tracy. For me, part of this seemed like regular maintenance of a building, because it's a relatively new building. I'm not saying it's not valuable to have some of the stuff added, and of course, maybe they grew faster than they thought they would, but that was just my initial thoughts when reading this.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a good project, but I did question the kind of it's really more of a staff redoing the staff spaces, noise abatement and whatnot, which does play over into making the interpretation better, but it is kind of a maintenance redo of kind of infrastructure support. So that would be the only downplay. But I think it's definitely could be done.
Freya?
I was just going to comment kind of on the same vein, but a little bit to the opposite, that I felt that the number of visitors doubling because of this new exhibit completion really showed community value for these changes. That it wasn't so much, poor planning on the original design as it was that they've just outgrown the space that quickly because of community demand.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Good
I
point.
didn't really see it as maintenance or anything. I really saw it as redesigning museum space for the purposes of better public access by changing around the conference room and things like that. But that's how I viewed it. If we're gonna fund museums as well as historic preservation projects, this makes sense to me.
You're right. I agree.
Uncle. Good. Any other comments on the Holocaust Center project phase 3? Okay, next up.
Issaquah History Museums is seeking $95,867 to do some foundation work and seismic work for the auto freight building in preparation to turn it into one of their, I believe it's collection storage. This is an initial score of 90.11, ranks them 19.
I'm recusing on this one. It's a King County landmark.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. I scored this strong. I thought it was a good concept, a good proposal, well supported, demonstrated need. I had comments about what are their visitor numbers from last year and how many school kids visited, how many walking tours were offered, and what's the demand for research. They're talking about needing to support research. What's the demand for research and how is that currently being met? Those are all sort of things that I felt were missing from the application. And I'd like to see them, you said it's already designated or landmarked, Jennifer, is that right?
Yes, it's a designated King County landmark. Or sorry, City of Issaquah landmark. Sorry.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we provide services for them through our agreement, but it's City of Issaquah.
Okay.
I would agree. When I first saw what they wanted to do, my initial reaction was pretty lukewarm. But when I read the application, I thought they made a really good case, and I ended up scoring it quite highly.
Yeah, I think they need to talk more in future. If they come back for future phases, I think they need to talk more about how it's used and the community's value. That felt a little bit weak to me. So I made notes to that effect for them in the future. Anybody else? Okay, on we go.
La Crosse Community Pride is looking for $130,900 to convert a couple of basalt rock buildings built during the Great Depression to a history museum and Ice Age Floods visitor center. It involves rebuilding 2 small bunkhouses, adding a restroom, and repairing old service station. The project is in La Crosse, and the initial score was 91.86. That ranks them number 14.
This is Allison. I say leave as is. It's a nice little project and a nice little community.
I want to go see it.
I do too. I agree. I do too.
Yeah.
Field trip.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep, yep.
I had a hard time wrapping my head around what it is they're trying to fix, and like just like getting a visual on what it was. And then I started, digging deeper and looking at the pictures like, oh, this is different.
And I thought they were great about picking something that they thought would have a wide appeal. Well, they know would have a wide appeal, and and not just restoring these as wonderful rock structures, but also talking about the Ice Age floods and whatnot, which I have found over here on the east side is a real unifier. People really are interested in this from all walks of life. So,
all right. Any further comment on the La Crosse Community Pride request for a heritage center in the National Geologic Trail?
I just wanted to note that this one felt one of those projects that really exemplified the HCP really well.
This is one that I think I'm going to raise my scores on. Of all 40 applications, this was actually my favorite one, and it did not benefit from the fact that it was one of the very first I reviewed. So my score was kind of a low, but I think I can definitely raise this one.
Awesome. So this is our third poster child then, huh? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the city of Waitsburg is requesting $66,000 for the first phase of a major renovation of their city hall. It would cover design and engineering. Their initial score is 75.1. That ranks them number 37.
Okay. What are people seeing here? Oh yeah, I got notes on this one.
This must have been one of the first ones I read because I kind of liked it, but let's hear what
I'm with you, John. I kind of liked it too. I mean, they're basically asking for money for planning. They're not doing anything. Right. And Waitsburg is a lovely, lovely rural community. And they're working on their city hall. So I really didn't have an issue.
Right.
I'm in love with Waitsburg. I love it. Yeah. Well, and you look at their the paperwork. It's like the city administrator, the project manager, the city clerk. It's all the same guy, and and I remember years ago when the Washington Trust had their meeting out there. I mean, it was just such a lovely place, and the loss of the flour mill was such a terrible thing. But they're really trying, and so yeah, when I see Waitsburg come up, I always.
Yeah, I don't think I scored them low at all. I think I scored them fairly well. So, okay, who here is going to admit they have a problem with Waitsburg now that you've heard the fan club?
I don't have a problem.
Mary Grace is in the doghouse.
Let's see who's talking. Who is it?
No.
Oh,
Tracy. Okay. Jennifer.
Go ahead.
Jennifer.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
well,
go.
I'll just say I love Waitsburg too. I think it's just an amazing community. I just wasn't sure. It seemed like this application was missing documentation for me. I don't know. It looks like they're proposing to change out all of the windows, but yet there's no window survey. I just want to make sure that if we fund it, that they've done the adequate research and are following the Secretary of the Interior standards. It just seemed like it was missing information. I think it's a worthy project. If we can put comments in there about what additional information we need or we would like them to pursue. Nothing against Waitsburg at all. It's just the application. It was a little lacking for me.
Tracy's nodding. Go.
Yeah, it was for me as well. I thought, I definitely think it's a really good project in theory, but with the way that it was written up and the way that the application read, I just had a lot of concerns about whether or not everything would be done as it should be, and curious about why it's taken this. I mean, it's an old building. It's been around for a long time. Have they tried to apply before? Or they just come up on the scene? Or is it just they decided, okay, this is the last ditch efforts? What have they already done? Do they have a lot of community buy-in? What's their plan long term? Those are all my
But
question.
isn't this architecture and engineering? I didn't think this, if I remember this application, I don't remember them doing something. Isn't this the initial architectural start?
Yes.
It is
And
possible
that
because
would, so we could require them to have an architect with historic preservation experience.
David, did you have a question or a comment?
I did. Tracy had asked if they had had a previous application, and they did. I want to say it was last cycle actually, and they ended up having to decline. I don't know why.
Okay. And Freya, did you have some comments?
I think you guys have covered most of it. I was concerned with the historic preservation end as well. But I didn't understand that this was more of a planning request. So I'd like to update my scores on that.
So I don't know if there's precedent for giving people more money than they asked for, but my problem is that they're jumping into architectural and engineering planning for a historic building without a historic structure report to tell them, you know, what are the character defining features of the building and how should they be treated. They shouldn't move forward, and we shouldn't fund them to move forward until they know exactly what they're going to do and how they're going to treat the building, so that we know it's going to be done according to the standards. So what I would suggest is that we require them to use, that we fund them, if we can fund them with more, fund them to do an HSR and the, if they've got capacity, the design work, and help them move forward in a really thoughtful way. What are they looking for? Design and engineering, yeah.
So Mary Grace, in their defense, they probably don't even know what a historic structures report is. And they may be thinking the architectural firm will do that for them. So it may not be that we don't fund them. It may be that we write something that says an HSR has to be done as part of the architectural study.
And that would that's exactly what I'm asking for. And what I'm suggesting is that we may need to bump up their funding so that they can do that well. And I don't know if there's precedent for that, if we're allowed to do that. You know, in
I'm not aware of us ever doing that. I think we're limited to what's being requested.
Yeah.
But I believe that we can do what Allison has said, which is to make it a condition of contracting that they do the report. Unfortunately, it does put them on the hook for a little bit more funding. But as this is planning, they would then come back stronger for an implementation grant in the future.
Right. Okay. Any further discussion there? Okay, let's move on.
Next is Metro Parks Tacoma for Fort Nisqually, rebuilding the clerk's house and repairing the sales shop and the kitchen in Tacoma. They're requesting $378,753. They have a current contract 2101 for the W.W. Seymour Botanical Conservatory, and their initial score is 91.33. That ranks them number 16.
So I'll be recusing myself from this one.
That was Ruben?
Yeah.
Okay. Discussion?
Well, the only question I would have is that the value here really comes from the use, not from the structure itself. Now, that could be fine, and certainly it's part of the whole overall use of the whole fort as a historic site. But we are kind of redoing a reproduction in a way, and the real value here is how it's going to be used and how it supports the program as a whole, which I think is it's fine, but I think it just does need to be noted that it's a little different than some of the other things we've done.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree with John, although I think this reconstruction is also, I guess, had gained historic significance. And the Historic Resources Survey report does state that that this building retains enough integrity to convey its significance. So I guess my larger question is why they're proposing to replace it rather than rehabilitate it. That said, I scored it high. I think overall it's a good project. That was a little bit of a discrepancy for me.
Do you feel like you need an answer to that question, Jennifer? You said you scored it high anyway.
No, I don't need. I just put it in there as a question as to why they're not rehabbing versus demolishing and reconstructing or rebuilding. It's probably cost, but
I think that's kind of an important thing to note for our future reviews. If we see something like the Kitsap project return, it kind of feels like it's in the same vein.
Okay, we ready for the next one? Any further comment? Yes.
Mary Grace, are we still on the Fort Nisqually?
Yes, we are.
Sorry, I had to turn off for a minute. Just one comment in terms of just process with this application vis-a-vis others. Even if the buildings aren't historic structures, I think the proper kind of comparison is just with a museum structure, right? As John said, it's about the interpretation that's happening on the site. So even if the buildings aren't historic themselves, I would compare it to essentially providing funding for a museum building that's not a historic building, but that's doing heritage interpretation.
Yep. And we've funded entire new construction for a museum, and as we're looking at doing with Lacey, for instance.
I have no problems with this one. I think it's fine. I think I scored it pretty high.
Yeah.
And again, Tacoma has a good track record, so I feel comfortable that these things will get done and get done properly.
Great. Okay. Okay, next up.
Okay, next up, the third to the last is Puyallup Historical Society at Meeker Mansion. I misspelled Puyallup, but it probably pronounces the same way.
Is that misspelled?
Yeah, there should be a Y in there.
Oh, there. Okay.
Yeah, they're looking for $35,000 to do some security fencing, electrical repairs, restoring the kitchen, and restoring the entrance steps to the carriage house. Their initial score was 67.63, which puts them at number 40.
Okay, we've got some issues with this one. Who wants to jump in?
The issue is with this one was incomplete, essentially, wasn't it? I mean,
yeah,
there's a letter inserted into it essentially asking for time because the principal writer of the grant had issues, challenges. So great project, but I didn't vote. I did not score it or recommend it for funding only because they're just the application was incomplete.
Me too. I gave it zeros where there was nothing to look at.
Yeah, it was my lowest score, and I think part of it was I was sympathetic to the security and electrical concerns, but it didn't seem like these were part of any overall plan, or it was just kind of like, ooh, wait a minute, we got to do something, and they're not really thinking about how it's going to improve the public access or or what's going to happen over the long haul. And we don't really have enough information about even what they're going to do with the fencing or
Yeah, I'm not sure this was ready to go.
right.
Another one that may not be ready.
Yeah.
Agree, not ready, but I really do hope they can pull some documentation together and some planning and come back.
My biggest concern relative to long-term planning was that they've made this decision about the kitchen, which is to sort of recreate a Victorian kitchen. So you'd have sort of this fake history thing, but without any sustainability plan. Kitchens can be amazing resources for financial stability if they can support catering and events and that kind of thing. And if they've already lost their historic kitchen, maybe they should be heading in a different direction with that kitchen resource in the building. And I just don't see any sort of background planning that supports the direction that they're headed in, which I think is also sort of questionable relative to its heritage value.
They did note that the kitchen was an integral part of their fundraising planning, that they did
Okay.
around 20 programs a year, and it sounded like this was a key component to it. If there's any argument to be made for this project, I think the urgency of the electrical portion and some portions of the security, if there's any way that we can reconsider doing a partial award on this, I'd like to know what people's thoughts are on that.
That's exactly what I recommended. I said, do not fund the kitchen restoration. Instead, use that money for a planning cycle to determine highest and best use of that space. And I'm okay with the other work, generally speaking.
I'd agree with that.
That would be fine as far as.
Are we allowed to do that, Jennifer? Can we tell, like we talked about with Waitsburg, where we say, yeah, we'll give you the money, but here's how we want you to spend it. Instead of that, we want you to do this.
You know, I would need to review the guidelines in greater detail. With the historic structures report, I think that we have precedent for doing that because it's related to following preservation standards, right? The type of planning document that you're doing is more, I think, is unrelated to preservation standards. It's more about sort of operationally what's best for the organization. And I would feel less comfortable with imposing that upon their scope of work. But I would be happy for David and I to review in greater detail.
Okay.
Part of my, I'll be the administrative stickler here, even though I will be karma that comes back to bite someday. It's an application process, and there are deliverables that have to be done. If you're incapable of doing the application, we're trusting them with money in a 13-year timeline. So I honestly do think that it's better to allow an organization the moment and be denied and then come back with a stronger application next year than to try to work ourselves over hurdles to figure out how to fund them. All of the projects are worthy, but at the same time, I think our job is to really stick to the regulations and the application process and not overcome our generous urges every once in a while.
I was just going to say that, Jana, that I think that the application really speaks to the organization's capacity to complete the project. And in as much as I would love to fund at least part of this, I really feel like the application was just really incomplete, and that's where I fall on it.
In the past, I recall that when we had a greater request amount than we've had resources available, there has been, and don't ask me for specifics because I won't remember, but I seem to recall that we've made partial funding awards as well. And that's kind of how I'd view something like this, is if there's a electrical work that needs to be done and a perimeter fence that needs to be done for protection of the historic resource, that have less implications than, say, a kitchen remodel that actually affects the fabric of the structure, that I don't know, I'd consider it as a partial, if it's allowable. And I just seem to recall that we have done partial funding before. I figure that it comes out in the contracting, but
we've always done partial funding. We've always done it. And all the years I've been doing capital heritage grants, we've done partial funding.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. We have. I still question though we still don't have really enough information. The more I think about this, about even the electrical work. I mean, they say they're going to, but what's that going to do? I mean, how are they going to do it? Is it going to affect the structure itself? And a perimeter fence is okay, but a perimeter fence could also be really ugly and impact the site too. And if our money's going to a chain link fence that looks pretty crappy.
It says decorative, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's better than chain link.
Yeah.
Razor wire.
Yeah. Razor wire. Yes, that's decorative.
I'd still like to make a bid for the electrical. I felt that they had an experienced electrical contractor that had some historic preservation experience as well. So 2 cents.
Do we have a majority maybe who would be in favor of funding the electrical only until, and inviting them to come back with a more thorough application in the future for additional phases?
I would. This is Allison. Yep.
Yeah, I do.
How about a show of hands?
I'd be more comfortable with that. Yes.
Hands? Okay. Angela, oh, Angela's there. Okay. Okay, so we're looking at funding electrical only on this one.
I just want to put a reminder out there that keep in mind you can do partial funding, but the rankings would have to be such that there are no projects that are ranked above this one that are receiving no funding. So based on current rankings, if I remember correctly, there are some that have been that there's been agreement that there's really not a recommendation for funding. Right. So the rankings would need to change so that you're funding all the way down to this project, and that there are none that have been pulled out because you're doing it based on your rankings.
So when you say ranking, you're talking about the score, not
the score,
the total score for that project.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to need to be and I know so many of you have done this for so many years, but you're scoring them. That then creates a ranking where they're funded top to bottom by the legislature. So you're not going to have anything. The score needs to be such that things below it are not getting funded or also getting partial funding. So.
Okay. Okay.
Jennifer,
so
does that mean that? I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
Does that mean that we need to adjust our individual scores, or can we adjust the final ranking for this project once we've got the other ones situated?
That's a good question. I believe that because the current rankings were created based on the amalgamation of individual scoring, that it would have to be that individual scores are adjusted that would then place it at a higher ranking. David, is that consistent with what you guys have done recently?
I think so. I've only done the one other meeting, so I'm not sure. That seems to be the most justifiable.
Allison, you're muted.
I don't remember doing that. I just remember us giving partial funding. I don't remember it being.
I don't remember how we changed the rankings either. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know we
I would-
did move them around, but I don't know if we did it by having us put different ones in there, different numbers in.
Isn't,
I think
Yeah,
you can
actually,
see
I
where
do-
they end up. I think you can see where they end up at
'Cause
the,
I know one
after I did
year-
everything.
I remember giving partial funding, and then there was like 2 huge projects we decided we just didn't want to fund.
That was
Yeah.
last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I think we've done that in previous years
the
too.
reason I have everybody's individual scores on each project is because that is how we did it. We updated each individual score last time anyway.
I would just wait and
Isn't
see
this-
where they end up, and then if they end up, you know, you're wanting to give them partial funding, but there are projects above them that you are not funding, you'll need to reevaluate, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's what we'll be
That's all.
doing this afternoon, I think.
Yep.
That's exactly the work. It's like, you know, we do this first comb through.
Yep.
And then we check it based on some additional sort of big picture values. And then we check the relationship of the projects to each other within that value framework. Then we come out with a recommendation to Jennifer. So, okay, let's keep moving. Thank you. Good discussion. Next up. We're almost
Is
done.
Muckleshoot, yeah, we are. This is only the second to last. So get me your score changes if you can.
Okay.
Muckleshoot Indian Tribe is looking to renovate the second home on the Reynolds farm and Indian Agency. This is a $390,000 request. They scored 92.33 and they are ranked number 13 currently.
Recusing on this one. It's a landmark in King County.
So I actually rank this pretty high because I know the Muckleshoot really need a bigger collections facility. I've been working on that for a really long time. And also they've been pretty good about their historic preservation cultural resources. So I felt comfortable and I felt it was a good project.
I did as well. This is Tracy. I thought it was a really good project and I thought it seemed really worthwhile. So I gave it a pretty high score.
I'd like to update my community value on that just for that reason of bringing the consolidating their storage and access to artifacts and cultural objects. You know, again, is that one of the first ones that I went over, I didn't score it quite as high.
So I wanted to score them higher than I did. I gave them a pretty good score, but they did not, things that I wish that they had had, a timeline for their planning, a National Register nomination, a schedule for their construction period, interpretive and operational plans development, and a plan for opening to the public. I would have also liked to see their predicted numbers for visitors and for educational programming. I mean, they sort of mention all these things, but it doesn't, there's nothing concrete. Let's see, the project seems really doable. I really like the project, but I just, it felt lacking. So I guess it felt a little bit vague in the end, but I really wanted to see this happen based on what they were able to articulate.
I wonder if some of those details are getting lost in the fact that this is part of the tribe's overall comprehensive plan, because they do have a 10-year, forward plan for that. And the maintenance end of it too. So maybe the individual function doesn't show quite as much through that.
That's good to know. Any other comments? All right.
And the last one to review is Quilstein Historical Museum are looking to do some site improvements to be able to open. A lot of the stuff is revolving around the land use requirements from Jefferson County. They're requesting $230,000. Their initial score is 91.8 and they are ranked number 15.
So I
And
will.
they do not have, sorry, they do not have a open contract right now, although they've had several in the past.
So I love these guys. They're a tiny little community. They've done absolutely wonders in Quilcene. They are amazing for their size, for their community, how they brought back this Worthington House. They won a State Historic Preservation Officer Award. They're really one of my favorites. They're so motivated. It's great. That's just me.
I thought their application was awesome.
I did as well.
That's a great note to end on. Any further comments on Quilcene? Not seeing any. Okay, let's take a break. Send David any updates you have on scoring. It's 1:52. You want to come back at 10 minutes after? 10 minutes after
Sure,
2?
that's fine.
Okay. 2:10. See you back here. Okay, I think we're back. David, how'd you do with getting your documents updated in the data file?
Just in time.
Nicely done.
You might have seen it briefly up there on the screen share. So a few things moved around, but yeah, so we can take a look at that if you want to, or did you want to discuss?
I think that's where we're going next. Is
Okay.
that right? I don't have the agenda handy, but I think that's where we're headed next, is kind of take stock of where we've landed.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do that.
Okay. There we go. So this is the new list. I honestly filtered it, and I don't know exactly which ones moved drastically. I think we can all pretty much guess that where a few of them were. The bottom ones we can look at. But that's where we're at right now.
Are the ones that are at the bottom, at least the bottom two, are those the ones that folks indicated they were not in favor of?
Well, the last one is the
recommending?
one we wanted to give electrical money to.
Right.
Okay. And the Marine Parks Conservancy, I think, was a do not fund.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
I thought there was another do not fund.
I think that was Kalama.
Kalama.
Yeah. Okay. Where did that end up?
36.
There it is. It's 36.
How did the Muckleshoot?
Both of these two, I think, right?
Yeah. How did Muckleshoot end up so low?
I know, that's way down there.
It doesn't
Yeah,
seem.
I don't know either. This is Allison, because I rated Muckleshoot high because it's.
Yeah, let's look. I could have made a mistake.
Yeah, they were previously number 13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. That brings them way back up.
There we go. Okay. Okay. So is it? Oh, now you're gonna.
Yeah.
Still down there. Or,
He has to resort.
I'm just going to clear these until we're done,
Oh.
I think. So I don't have to keep updating them. So Muckleshoot now is 15. They still went down a little bit.
they're well within the.
Yeah.
They're funded. Okay. Call out anything else that doesn't look right, folks. You know what would be really cool to have, David? I don't know how good you are at Excel. Is some kind of running total.
Oh.
You know,
yeah,
so that.
Sure. We did that last time.
Yeah.
But I think if these three are going away, that takes almost $1 million out. So we're way well under.
We're way under.
Well.
Yeah.
Okay.
David, can you make the spreadsheet any larger?
Oh.
I can't get
Yeah,
my
but you
hand
won't be able
right.
to see all of them at once.
Some of us are a little older, David.
Oh.
Thank you.
Let's just take a minute and just be comfortable with the silence and just focus for a minute and just give ourselves a minute to absorb this.
Generally speaking, it looks to me like the best it seems like it looks like the best applications are toward the top, and I guess more importantly, the weakest ones, at least in my mind, are the ones that are way at the bottom. And the only question that really comes to mind is, those last few, even though they'll still be within $10 million, do we really want to fund them? That seems to me the largest question.
Well, the Meeker Mansion, we want to partially fund.
I know, but if you're going to do that, then you're going to have to change the rankings of the ones above it.
Right, and that's not hard to do. Well, actually, we don't need to change the ranks. Well, right, we need to change the scoring on the Meeker Mansion
To make it higher.
proposal to bring it up.
That's great.
And I still need to send in some scoring to David about I'm going to lower my score of the Port of Kalama. So I need to do that.
And I see Skagit County Courthouse is in there. So if Skagit County Courthouse is going to get funded by the Heritage Capital grants, then next week we'll probably take it out of the county courthouse program.
So I have the live scores here. If you wanted to tell me what you wanted them changed on Kalama.
Okay. So yeah, so go to Port of Kalama. I am on, this is for Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wanted to put a 10 under community value and a 20 under readiness. And I can't remember what the high end of that one is. Is that
20?
Is it 20? So 15 and 15. And 15.
Okay.
And David, this is Sadie. I'd
Hey.
like to change my score on that.
Okay.
So I'm going to stick with the 13 on that.
Okay.
I'd like to take it to 20, 15, 10, and 13.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did I miss any no's over here?
On
funding?
Kalama, yeah, I'm a no.
Okay.
No, that's Tracy.
Oh,
That's, you have a no, and isn't that aren't you on, oh, I see, never mind. Never mind.
no, that's you.
Yeah.
I can't read it. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing Lissa down there. That's what's messing me up. Okay.
Yeah, she's on the export.
Got it.
But
Sorry.
there's no scores in enter.
Okay.
Same with that guy.
Let's see. So did we need to bring up, the Meeker Mansion a little bit?
If we're going to fund it.
If we're going to fund its electrical only.
Where is it on your spreadsheet here?
It's this one.
Oh, right there.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting. Mine doesn't show any scoring at all on mine. I wonder why that's the case, because I remember reading it. So maybe I should give you some scoring.
Yeah. Okay. That might move it up.
Well, there's another. There were about 5 that had no submittal.
For Tracy?
No.
Specifically, or
just,
for others?
Just overall, everywhere.
Because the one up, oh no, the next one's Nick. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, this is Tracy. I'll give you some scores.
Okay.
Here we go.
That might
Community
help.
value. We'll go
What's
with for community value, we'll go with a 10.
Okay.
We'll go with a 10 on readiness, a 10 on review access. We'll go with a 13 on ongoing, and a 10 on the financial.
That lowered the score actually.
That lowered the score. Okay.
Yeah. Because they're
Goodness.
it's
Okay.
average. It's averages
It's
total.
averaging. Okay.
You have Janet is not on there.
I don't.
I'm not on there because this is one I didn't think deserved consideration because it was such an incomplete application.
Oh,
Okay.
If you want, though, just to help for the averages, why don't you mirror mine with Angela's? And then that will help the averages.
Oh, okay. Well, it'll reduce it.
I have an update for the Skagit County Courthouse project when we're done with this.
Okay.
It doesn't look like Tracy's scores have populated in the totals.
You're right. It doesn't.
$48 to $59. Yeah, it is.
Under the total sum, it doesn't. It
total
just says
sum.
zeros. It just says 0.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not. That's not actually calculating anything, but I
Got
can put it in there. Because they're calculating across the bottom.
Got it.
Well, David, in that case, go ahead and just take my scores off then. If it
Okay.
Yeah, we're having a hard time getting Meeker Mansion above the nose, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well,
Let me change my scores for some of the no's. And maybe that'll help.
And yeah, that's true. I could do that too.
Okay.
can I recommend something?
Uh-huh.
I think that I think that it may be better to go back and look at the ones that folks say no to and to reevaluate your scores for those as opposed to trying to move up. Yeah. And starting with the Skagit County, by the way, I just reviewed our guidelines and they have, and I was thinking as I said it that we had updated them in the prior biennium, and we have. It says that organizations seeking a direct appropriation or other state funding during the 21-23 biennium may not concurrently apply for a Heritage Capital Projects grant for the same project or closely related project. So that Skagit County Courthouse, it used to be that you could apply to multiple programs and just see where you got the money. And we changed that because some projects were getting left out of funding. And so, the courthouse application should fall in either of one of those two programs, but not in both. So we may want to, we will need to consider that. And then I don't think, and it's the same thing for Building for the Arts and community grants, you're not allowed to be under consideration for both. And I don't know that we have any under that category, but the courthouse can't be in both programs.
But we can't decide that, can we? Don't they have to make the decision?
Yeah, they have to decide which one they're actually applying.
Well, it's kind of too late now. And I assume if you decided if the courthouse was at the bottom of this list, they would probably say, we'll go for the courthouse list, right?
Yeah, they're definitely asking for a seismic retrofit through the courthouse program.
Right.
So they've already applied then.
Yeah, so I'm just saying if this group could make the decision that if you feel like it's not appropriate for this, that they would then remain on the courthouse list. And that would be adequate.
So is it correct then that they have both, they've applied for two separate state grants that in our case then under this consideration they're ineligible, is that right?
Right. I mean, the guidelines are saying that you, under eligibility, organizations seeking other state funds for the same project cannot concurrently apply for a Heritage Capital Projects grant. So yes, I would say that we should have recognize this in advance and ask them to decide which list they want to be on. But functionally, you will make the decision for them if you remove them from this list.
What are their chances on the other, in the courthouse program? Are they good?
I don't know that that's relevant if we're going to stick by our own guidelines.
Given
Well-
that language, it seems pretty clear to me. I think that, I mean, I know I said before that I wanted to make sure that there wasn't a lot losing out of funding, but I think that from my perspective, what I'm being given here is a application that by the rules of our own submittals it's not eligible to be considered.
You know, we have a courthouse committee, so Mary Grace, I can't tell you what their chances are.
Yeah.
What we
Well, I
do-
meant
so on-
I meant it based on the amount of funding that's available there.
There is no amount of funding. We changed the courthouse program. People apply, and then the committee decides which projects they want to fund, and we just put that in the legislature. We just write a decision package for those projects.
Okay.
Okay, well then, okay. I still suggest that reevaluating the ones the committee felt strongly should not be funded under this program to evaluate your scores and then see where we end up.
Yeah, and I think that's where we were headed, starting with Skagit. And I don't feel like I'm clear yet on where we are with Skagit. I understand that the new rules don't allow them to apply for 2 at the same time, but they have.
Yeah.
And if other than that rule, which they've slipped around for now, they would have been eligible for Heritage Capital funding. So are you now saying, oops, they shouldn't have been in here and we should take them out? Or should we keep them in until that's resolved outside of this body?
Well, if there's enough funding to fund them, you could call them and say, you're in, but you're in the bottom. And do you want to stay in, or do you want to be moved into the courthouse program?
Yeah.
Without any guarantees that the committee's going to pick you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think, I know it sounds like I'm flip-flopping here, but I'm really just thinking out loud. I think given that this wasn't identified in advance and we didn't give them the opportunity to choose which program in advance, I think what we need to do is the committee needs to score based on the criteria that have been laid out, right, for each of the applicants, including Skagit. And then the committee needs to decide how far down the list they're going to fund. And then whatever that outcome is, we will notify Skagit and they can then make a decision as to, which program they're going to keep their application in, I guess.
I agree. And I think that's pretty much what Allison said.
Yeah.
Unless there was some nuance I missed.
Right.
Okay. Does everybody agree with that approach?
I think we have been better about confirming with Commerce that there are no conflicting applications. It looks like we need to do a better job in the future on courthouses and cemeteries. So we will work on that for the future.
Well, I think it's a great thing that there's overlap at the edges, frankly. I think that's a really good thing. That means we've got a strong net.
Yeah.
There's a cell empty on Tracy's score for Southwest Seattle Historical.
Yeah.
So I thought it was Skagit, which is why I brought it up, but now I'm realizing it's Southwest.
It's okay. So let's put a value of that at 20.
I think it goes up to 15.
Does it go up to 15? So,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. 15.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. I'll just add 5. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
All right.
So can we go back, David, to the overall ranking now?
Okay, now I get to see it.
Ooh, who's got a big echo going? Was that Angela?
Nope, not me.
Okay. So Skagit is where it is for now. The three, let's see, number 38 and number 39 were both no's on some people's lists. Do we want to look more closely at those scores?
You know, I have a tough time here because it seems like we're trying to get these electrical upgrades for Meeker in, but their application has not been competitive with the others. And I don't know, are we giving the same kind of benefit of the doubt to the one slightly above? It seems to me a fairer thing, at least, again, I'm kind of like Jennifer thinking out loud. Would it be fair simply to suggest no funding for those, for all of those?
Yeah.
Rather than try to cherry pick one, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Discussion?
You know, I'll weigh in again. I agree with John in the sense that I agree that that is an important historical structure in Puyallup, that it sounds very scary to have electrical trouble. But there are a lot of the organizations that have sent in applications that I've marked down based on what they were lacking. And if we follow through on that logic train, that leaves up to us individually to say whether or not we want to fund something just because it's important to us and not based on the application. And our job is to evaluate the application, not what we think is worthy of personally getting funding because we're frightened of losing the resource, if that makes sense. I just would caution against going down that road of trying to cherry pick something because of that particular reasoning, and hold to a higher logic. So I agree with John in the sense that we could just leave all of those at the bottom.
And are you talking about 37 on down as highlighted currently, or are you talking about from 38, 39, and 40?
The 37 on down.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
I would agree. I think all of those. I think there are a couple above that I'm a little questionable about, but I'm willing to go along with because everybody else and because the application has been okay. But I think all of those last four have some real problems. And Skagit County is that's an outlier. I think the project's fine. It's just whether in fact we're the right place for it. But.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that as well, and I'm also not comfortable readjusting my scores on some of these low ones just in order to bring the Meeker Mansion one up. So I really agree with Janet's comments and John's as well.
I think that everybody's had a chance to take a look at their scoring given the discussion that we've had. And, I've made some adjustments based on some of the input that I've received from this group. And, since other folks have too, it looks like the list is what the list is going to be from this group. And I think, I respect that. I think that, any more adjustments start to get kind of really into under the hood as opposed to just taking people's scores now that they've had a chance to review what the information that we have and seeing where they fall.
I'm okay with it staying as it is with just having the last four be not funded, or we recommend them to be at the bottom of the list.
Well, there's a big difference between those two things because, technically there's enough money, unless, the available amount changes to fund the last four. So we need to specifically say if we feel it to be the case that those should not be funded.
I would say they should not be funded. And
That's where
what
I
I
am
base
at
it
this
on,
point.
what I base it on is the fact that it seems like, having gone through this process before, that on one hand, knowing what the political sector is like, I hate to ask for more money than they might give us. And in the old way, if you ask for more money, you'll get less the next time. But on the other hand, I hate to just fund organizations and give them money just because they applied. So
Like logic that can be captured in writing somewhere, just so that you know this decision making process is recorded.
The meeting's recorded.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to call for a show of hands, and I need to have everybody visible. David, if you, there we go. So I guess all those in favor of drawing the line at above the bottom 4 applicants and recommending that funding for everyone above that line. Give me a high sign here. And if there's anyone who, oh, that's everybody. All right, then I'm going to leave it at that. Did I frame that question correctly, or are there any concerns or anything else you want to have on the record relative to how you feel about those bottom 4 or all those above it?
I don't have the 4 in front of me. It went out. So let me look one more time. Is Skagit in the 4 or outside of the 4?
I believe it's outside.
Huh?
David, will you read the bottom?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's Kitsap, Marine Parks Conservancy, Port of Kalama, and Puyallup Historical at Meeker Mansion.
Thank you. That's so helpful when you can see it again. And then Skagit County remains above the line, but last. And we'll leave it to Allison and Jennifer to advise them of their options. Are there any other sort of values that we want to take into account as we look at that list, or do we feel like we've done our work? It'd be, you know, I guess the representation statewide, I believe, is there.
Mary,
yes.
Sorry to butt in. This is Lynn Hyde from Historic Whidbey. And I noticed on David's spreadsheet that our amount is listed at $140,000, but the ask was for $201,544, which was what David put up on his slide earlier. So I don't know if it's a typo or if the spreadsheet is deducting 60,000 for some reason.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. We're not taking public comment, but that's an important note. I don't think it changes the priority order, the ranking.
No, it's still going to be within the
It's
amount.
still what it is.
Yeah.
David, can you review that?
Yeah.
I want to say in meetings past, there was a discussion about, well, what if the legislature cuts it off at a different amount or something like that? Has that happened in the past? And if so, is it worth making sure that the ones in the top 10 are definitely the ones we want to see funded versus ones that are further down? I don't know if that's a consideration or a question we should consider or not.
I think it's a great question, given where we are with the uncertainties of a pandemic and the impacts on state government budgeting. One thing that I noticed in the current rankings is that Waitsburg is still really low.
So Jennifer can jump in, but we've seen what happens is the governor's office cuts it off first.
Yeah.
And then, and they've done that how many years in a row, Jennifer? Kind of a couple of years in a row.
Yeah.
A couple of
Yeah.
cycles.
The governor's office has not fully funded capital projects for heritage for several cycles, but the budget chairs do often. So there's often a discrepancy between the two.
But I will say that the Heritage Capital grantees generally do have to hire a lobbyist to make sure that things are fully funded. So over the years, they've been hiring a lobbyist to help them out. They usually pitch in each, particularly if the governor's office comes in at a lower amount. If the governor's office comes in at full funding, I don't know if they'll feel the need to hire a lobbyist this round, but if the governor's office cuts it off, then it becomes different. On the other hand, I've been hearing the governor say that they are looking at the capital budget as a way to get people back to work. So they are being very open about using the capital budget as a workforce program. So that may help. That may help.
Yeah, I would make two comments. And again, this is not based on the specific projects or their individual worth. One is to reinforce what Allison just said, which is the kind of word on the street is that the capital budget may be viewed as a little bit like a WPA type, investment in our economy, although there's no, obviously, until the fat lady sings on that, you can't say yes or no. But secondly, when we have experienced questions from legislators or pushback or concern at all about this program, it's never about the amount of money that's being invested. It's about projects that are not moving forward appropriately or who seem unable to access the funding because they are unable to meet the conditions of the grant. So it's, in that sense, I reinforce the analysis that all of you have done on the individual applications, because the issue is always when an organization has been granted funding, but they really aren't capable of doing the project, or the project isn't running on time, or there are property control concerns or things like that that cause legislators to sort of second guess I don't want to say they second guess it, but to have questions about the program or the process. And so the analysis that you do with regard to capacity and ability to carry out the project is very, very important.
To respond to some of the past, Tracy, I know sometimes we've done that cutting off up above just to make sure they get into the right thing, but it's often been because the requests have far outstripped the $10 million or what was awarded the last time. And so we are hoping always that it's going to get full funding. I think in this particular case, everything is up in the air anyway. We don't know what the state budget's going to be like. We know it's probably going to be a brutal budget session, and I don't envy the legislators on any front in this next biennium. But I think if in fact they do think of this as a WPA project, I think we've categorized them or ranked them pretty well. And the ones that are still at the bottom, even though we've suggested funding, those are all ones that are a little less. We have a little less certainty about, just because based upon our scores. And so I think we've already in effect done that. I think we've got the top ones are at the top and the bottom ones are not there. And I think we just take this as it has fallen out and run with it.
Yeah, we've usually gotten more pushback too. If something looks like it's too much maintenance, then we usually get questioned. But this is a pretty good group. I think the way we've set it up should be fine.
And I really like the fact that there's a lot of little ones, because sometimes they've been a lot of $1 million requests.
Yeah, I agree. Little ones that are rural that I really like.
Yeah,
it makes it very bipartisan.
Right.
Which
it's hard to
like
argue. Mm-hmm.
The more bipartisan, the better.
So I'm not hearing a strong desire to follow Tracy's suggestion that perhaps we look at making sure the ones we really love are near the top. But to let the scores read as they do.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to fiddle. I haven't fiddled with my scores at all. I've
Yeah,
left.
I don't want to go back and try to move them around. I think they're,
I tried on a few and then I wasn't, and I
yeah.
you know, I did make a few changes
Mhm.
based on organizational documents or some of the discussion that we
comments
made.
Mhm.
But just to move them around on the list, that does feel a little bit manipulative.
Right.
All right. Even though Waitsburg seems too low.
Well, it'll be up to their legislators to bring them in.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's
Right.
Fair.
it's always worked.
Fair.
We saw that happen in Oak Harbor before, where legislators had to, go to Jim Honeyford on the Senate side and say, we want these projects.
Right.
How is Senator Honeyford doing? He's so important to us.
I didn't hear he hasn't
Well,
been
he's not
doing
chair.
well.
He's not chair of the capital projects anymore.
Oh no? Who's
I
chair
don't
now?
think so. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be chair. I got that from Norm Johnson. He said he's not going to be chair this coming session. So I don't know. But I think I see him periodically, Jim and Jerry, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be chair.
Well, I hope he's well, regardless. Okay. Is there more work we need to do here, Jennifer? Or David?
I'm have two more to check to make sure I didn't make any other typos on the amounts, and
Okay.
I haven't found anything else yet. So
Okay.
Can we
and
give,
actually that's it. These are all good. So I
and
can
David,
share again.
did you want to do a scan just to make sure that all of your totaling on the individual scores was pulling all lines? Have you been
Yeah.
able to do that?
Yep.
You've done that? Okay.
Well, I have as we were going, but
Okay.
I will definitely make sure there wasn't anything missing that would have changed anything in one direction or the other.
Okay. As far as,
But-
sorry, Freya.
I just wanted to know, are we discussing more of these in detail? I couldn't remember, there was some discussion pending about the Center for Wooden Boats and the experience applications.
Oh, good. Thank you, Freya. Good. Yeah, on both of those. Which one do you want to start with?
Boats?
Boats?
Both. That's very helpful for you.
Let's see. Where are my notes on the Center for Wooden Boats? Let's start with the Center for Wooden Boats. Once I find it. What was our, here it is. Oh, Allison raised the point that they'll need to do environmental review, that their project is over water and that could take significant amount of time, which raises concerns about readiness. That's what I have. Was there more to that conversation? There must have been.
I think that was the main point. We were concerned about that. Where did they fall in the final? What ranking?
Can you answer that, David?
Yeah, Center for Wooden Boats is number 29.
And it sounds like to me that what we're concerned about there is going to be a contractual thing anyway, because they're going to have to meet the requirements for timeline and whatnot. So
Right. So they'll meet them or they won't.
right.
Now, do they have to meet them before project funding is released to them, Allison?
Well, you would think they would have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If they don't have their environmental work done, it doesn't make any sense to release fund. But don't
No.
forget, funding's reimbursable anyway. So
So
if they started their project without the environmental work, that's illegal.
Okay.
I mean, the contract requires them to, for example, have all relevant permits, meet all state, state and federal guidelines. I mean, there's sort of that blanket, and then we pay attention to the comments that are made, for example, and would follow up on the environmental review.
Sounds like we're good on that one then. Okay. Everybody all right with that? Just leave it as it is. Okay. I know I changed my score a little bit based on readiness, that readiness question.
I've got 4 holes that I see so far that likely won't swing anything because, again, everything's averaged. But Allison, public access on Friends of Lakewold Gardens is missing
Oh, well,
out of 20.
I don't know. Yeah, but do you really need me to fix my scores at this point? I really hate fixing these.
No, it's averaged. So if there's
Yeah.
a blank, there's a blank. It doesn't move the average one way or the other.
All right, let's just leave it then.
Okay. And the other ones were financial sustainability from you as well. So that's all I found so far.
Great. Okay, the other application that we had said that we would come back to was the experience learning, MOPOP. And here there was this sort of a crossover between basically arts and heritage, in that some of the work that they've applied for is, going to go, some of the funds will go toward art conservation. But that art conservation is that artwork is an integral part of the building. It was designed to be part of the architecture. It's attached to and site specific to the building. So that's kind of just an interesting hybrid there. I don't think that it changes its eligibility for heritage funding.
As long as they didn't apply for a building for the arts funding, then
right.
I know that I'm not interested in changing my score on this one. I think it's a really worthy project based on the heritage component in the collection.
Let's think of it in this way too. It is indeed an amazing building, but what they're essentially, those frets that they're repairing is essentially part of the roof. So if we're going to repair the roof of a historical society in, somewhere Washington, the same logic applies to repair the roof for MOPOP, given that you have to have a sound roof in order to have a sound collection.
I think the one exception to that is that this is not currently a landmark structure. It was the thing that I was hoping would come out of that. And then someday it might be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Jennifer, did you have some thoughts on this? Jennifer Kilmer?
I did. I do take your point, Freya, that it's not a landmark structure, and folks were talking about how new it is, although, MOPOP, that building was built in probably, 90, I don't know what the application says, 97, 96
Opened
maybe?
in 2000.
It opened in 2000, right? Okay, so it's older than we think. And my argument would be that if we were talking about it's basically, it's part of the architecture. I don't think it's appropriate to call it artwork. It's part of the architecture. We wouldn't say that gargoyles on a building were artwork. We would say it's part of the architecture, right? It's just a decorative portion of the architecture. And in that sense, I think I agree with Janet's assessment. Yes, it's not a historic structure, but I think it's enough in the gray zone that, and we all know that it is special and important architecture in our state, right? So regardless of status, it seems like it's sufficiently in the gray area that I would not exclude it from the program for that portion of the scope of work.
No, and I'm actually not suggesting that at all. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for them to consider a replacement that actually puts them in a better footing for long-term maintenance on that roof. Knowing that at some point that there will be a line drawn and that there will be, you know, a requirement to keep things in a certain. Does that make any sense?
Because it's a safety issue, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, thank you.
But I don't know that we can require that at this point.
Okay. No, I don't think as a requirement, just as a note.
Yeah, it's a good note to make. That they need to figure out a long-term solution for this. You can't just keep dumping money into it regularly to fix the frets.
It's a great opportunity to talk about it now.
Mm-hmm.
An architect friend of mine will always tell you that great architecture leaks. Because when you build anything other than a square box, turns out it has problems. So I'm sure that they will. I'm sure that they will do their best. But I have heard from folks who are close to that building that every single one of those rivets has to be retightened on a regular basis. That's on every single one of those panels because rivets get loose, and I can only imagine what's happening with the frets. So, and I haven't read the application, but I always think about that. It's great architecture leaks.
It's a complicated building. It's a high maintenance building. So we're okay with leaving that where it is unless anybody has anything further on that. I think that was a really helpful discussion for me in the course of our review and then this follow-up. Were there any others that we were going to come back to? Someone say something?
Did we have a final on the cemetery?
I think we funded it.
We left that in there.
It's number 4 right now.
Yeah, it's number 4. I think it's fine.
Yeah, you left it in there, and we don't know if we're going to get cemetery money, so it's safer to fund them, I think.
Okay, I don't know if that was one of the partial ones or not.
No.
And the permitting question, again, will be handled through the contracting process because of that blanket requirement that all necessary, you know, all required permits would be in place before they'd move forward.
Okay.
I think we have a list.
I think we have a list. We recommend that these projects be.
I'm sorry, I really hate to be an agitator on this stuff, but I've got 2 more notes and then I swear I will shut up. I just had 2 notes for revisiting the Northwest Railway and then the University Heights Center. It seemed like there were some remaining questions on those as well.
Okay, what do you remember the questions were on?
For Northwest Railway, I think, hold on.
I think that had just to do whether they got the capacity, didn't it? With
Yeah,
doing
that was
the-
it's Allison. I was concerned about capacity with 2 grants going to them. I mean, I realize it's really going to Yakima, but essentially it's going to the Northwest Railway Museum. And I think the Northwest Railway Museum has done terrific work. I mean, they're a great museum. It's just a capacity issue in terms of can they get both done during this biennium.
Mm-hmm. And I think for University Heights Center, that there was some remaining question about the amount of the award versus the heritage value for this application, and is that setting a precedence for HCP?
It seems it's consistent with some of the other things we've done over the years. I think, you know, it's a good point, but it is consistent. It is a building that has is in and of itself historic. So I don't think we're really setting a precedent is what I'm trying to say in my convoluted fashion.
I feel like we've done similar funding.
Yeah,
I can't think of what project it is, might be, but where the uses really serve the community. It may not, and it's a historic building, so in that way the heritage is present, but the programming may not be directly heritage related or primarily heritage related.
No, thank you for considering that. I know I tend to push on the heritage relevancy for these quite a bit, so thank you.
Well, they do have exhibits in the building.
Angela, can you say that again, please?
Oh, they talked about that they currently do have exhibits in the building that they're going to upgrade. That, you know, it's been a while since they've done anything with them, but they'll redo that. That was their partnering with Unity Museum.
Anything else, Freya? You took great notes, so I appreciate that.
I think our question about Unity Museum from the previous part was just, is there an actual relationship established there, and can we document that?
Or was it just a plan?
I don't believe that they're a tenant of the building, that this was an outside partnership, and it just didn't appear that there was any documentation of it outside of the narrative.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of times we have to go by the narrative, so.
Okay, now do we have a list?
I believe we do.
Do you want to see it?
Sure.
You know, I have to say that I really agree that having lots of smaller projects as opposed to several $1 million projects at the top, just while those $1 million projects are great and important, I think that this is a really nice distribution of size of project, and as well around the state. It will be a fun list to advocate for.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of projects here that are really important within their community. They may be only $11,000 or $20,000, but in that community, I think they will make a difference. And the $1 million projects, they're also going to, I mean, yes, they're bigger and they're grander and lots of other things, but it goes back to what I always said, it's all kind of levels of poverty in organizations, and each of these, I think, makes a significant contribution within their region. So I think you're right, Jennifer.
And I just want to thank the staff at the Historical Society for all the outreach they must have done to generate this many applications around the state, especially from the smaller organizations. I think this is, we've said, this is the longest list we've had in several, if ever. And I just think that there's a really nice range of projects. There's a nice geographic distribution. I feel really happy that we had the opportunity to review this many really strong projects. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have to find out what Lissa did.
Yes, and for those who may be watching this who do not know, Lissa Kramer, the former manager of this program, has moved on to her dream job in Alaska and is no longer with us. But we will be rehiring that position and continuing to work on outreach.
Excellent.
I want to just give a reminder again, now that we're at this point. So I look at the list and officially authorize it. I'm going to have David spend a little bit more time tomorrow checking and rechecking all of our numbers just to make sure that we don't have any rankings that should be transposed based on the totals or anything like that. But I trust his work, but we always check and recheck. If there are any adjustments that would need to be made, we would reach back out to the committee. We will submit this as part of our requests for the capital budget. I believe that those requests are due in actually end of August, so coming up here really quickly. And then it is entirely in the hands of the legislature with regard to funding of the list. We encourage everyone to participate in Heritage Caucus as a way to stay on top of what's happening during the legislative session when it happens. And I should be clear that this will be considered in the legislative session that would convene in January. This is not something that would be considered in any kind of ad hoc or emergency session that may or may not happen in the coming months as a result of the pandemic. So any questions about that process? I want to thank all of our reviewers. 40 applications. It's wonderful that we have so many, but it also means that you had a ton of work to do. So we really appreciate your eagle eyes on this process. It's really, really valuable to us to have your insights and thoughtful analysis on these applications. And also just want to give a shout out to our partners. Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation does a lot of work on these applications as well when they come into contracting and for initial review, just in their own right. So I want to thank the team over there for everything that they contribute to this grant program. If there are questions from those who are watching from home, please feel free to reach out to David Shingek on our team who's handling HCP, the HCP program right now, and he can answer them directly or funnel them to me for the appropriate follow-up. That's all from me. Mary Grace, do you have any final words?
I just want to note that the online process for review was it was fabulous. I mean, there's little things that I would, love to see done a little bit differently, or, some add-ons, if anything, just some bells and whistles I'd love to see added. But gosh, it's just like going from the ice age to, I don't know, the industrial age. It was phenomenal.
Fantastic.
So I just want to note that I'm sure that didn't happen without a tremendous amount of effort and work and support from you. And so thank you for doing that. I also want to say that David's a real ringer, and you got a good thing there. He stepped right in when we lost Lissa and really pulled us through. So thank you, David, for your hard work. Scrambling with the scores coming in by email today, it was kind of a marathon, and you just kept your cool and kept us right through it. So that was fabulous. And I also want to thank everybody for speaking up and really participating and engaging, because it made my job in sort of running the meeting go really, really smoothly. So thank you.
And thank you for running it.
My pleasure. You all made it easy.
Right.
Okay.
Well.
Great. I think that's a wrap. Thank you.
Right.
For, we finished 50 minutes ahead of time.
Oh
So yay! Great
I
job.
didn't think it was going to happen.
Thank you for your leadership, Mary Grace. Thanks for everybody who attended from home. Have a great afternoon.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody.
All right.
Adjourned,
Bye
I
now.
believe.
Bye.